Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am your host, Todd Dan Druff Witteles. This is being broadcast live and recorded live on September 25th, 2024. Before we get going, I want to tell you about a tremendous opportunity that all Poker Fraud Alert listeners have to win a free seat to a $5 million invitational free roll taking place in Las Vegas. This is the Club WPT Gold event, which is taking place on December 13th, 2024. It's invite only, and they are giving away $5 million. And only 2,000 people will be in it. You have to be invited. That means each seat is worth $2,500. Do the math. 5 million divided by 2,000. So each seat there is worth $2,500. And you are eligible as a Poker Fraud Alert Radio listener to win one for free. It's very, very easy. Go to pokerfraudalert.com/clubwpt, all lowercase, pokerfraudalert.com/clubwpt. Now, I want to clarify a few things. First of all, they're not a sponsor. This is something being given to us by a member of the Poker Fraud Alert Forum, and he's been on the show before. Seriously Serious. You've probably seen a lot of his funny videos that he's made over time about the poker community. And he has chosen to give away a free seat that has been allocated to him to this free roll to the Poker Fraud Alert community, simply because he was part of it for many years. So this is a great opportunity because we don't have a huge community here. So you're not going to be competing against like 10,000 people for this. It's just very simple. You click the link at pokerfraudalert.com/clubwpt and sign up. And once you're signed up, that's it. You don't have to buy anything. You don't have to deposit, nothing. You just have to sign up for an account through that link that you'll see at pokerfraudalert.com/clubwpt. And very soon, and get in there real soon because the drawing's happening pretty fast, Seriously Serious is going to draw a random name, and that person is going to win a seat at this $5 million free roll, which really does have a $2,500 value. Now, you will have to get to Las Vegas yourself, and you'll have to get your own lodging, so it doesn't come with lodging or travel. But this is tremendous, a $2,500 seat, and it's for sure going to someone from the Poker Fraud Alert community, and that someone won't be me, because I'm not going to participate. I'm not going to be part of this. I want one of you to win. I'm not even signing up. So I want all of you to go sign up there. And we get nothing out of this. I don't get any money per sign up. This is not like a sponsor or an affiliate thing, nothing. This is just very simple. It's being given to us by Seriously Serious because he's a member of the community. And if you don't win the drawing, it's not all over for you because he's actually giving away 14 other seats to the general public, and he's also going to leave the Poker Fraud Alert people in that pool. So you could possibly win one of the other 14 seats as well if you don't win the first one. So you have a second chance at that. However, your chance to win is much greater for the first one because that's going to be Poker Fraud Alert only. So this is open to Poker Fraud Alert radio listeners and Poker Fraud Alert forum members. And that's it. I'm not even going to publicly advertise this on Twitter or anything because I want only the people to find it who are either listening to this show or reading the forum. So it's not going to be a huge pool of people. You have a decent shot to win this thing. And then who knows? You could go to Vegas and play this free roll and you could win very big money. All for free. No risk. And no deposit, no purchase required. Doesn't affect your chances to win. This is a very, very good thing. In fact, I would love to have it myself. I'm not even kidding. If this was given to me, 100% I would be there on the 13th playing it. But I want one of you guys to win it. I'm not going to compete for it. I'm not going to be there. pokerfraudalert.com/clubwpt. pokerfraudalert.com/clubwpt, all lowercase, exactly as it sounds. Click that link and good luck. You might be the one going to Vegas, or I guess you could already be in Vegas, but you could be the one going there to play on December 13th in this $5 million free roll. Let's go on to the show. Or so. Anyway, yeah, it's been a few weeks since I was on last, and I did some short shows, and you're probably thinking, oh, great, that must mean that Druff is better, he doesn't have his cough anymore, and he can do long shows again. And you'd be wrong, because my cough is not better. It's pretty much in the same state as it was when I got over COVID, which was basically getting over everything but the cough. So some people think I'm sick. Some people think that I've just been sick since early July. And that's not true, fortunately. I'm not sick. every day I feel normal except the cough. I just have a problem where I'm coughing a lot every day, especially when I talk. And it's kind of weird. I think some of it's psychological, too. There is real congestion there, but I can sometimes talk a long time without coughing, and then other times I do cough, and it seems like I cough more when I think about it. When I've done radio, I have been coughing a good deal. You just haven't heard it if you've been listening in the archives because I edit it out, at least to the best of my ability. So I'm going to do the same thing here, except I'm going to try to do a longer show this time because, an hour or two every few weeks is not going to cut it. And I kind of feel like my presence is dying. It just kind of feels like I'm not seen as there anymore as an anti-fraud advocate in the poker and gambling community. And I'm not seen as someone who's going to jump on any big story. I'm starting to notice that other people are thought of first now before me because I just haven't been doing this show very often. And it kind of makes me sad. So that's some motivation here to do longer shows and to do shows more often, even with this cough. And if I'm going to be stuck with this cough for the long term or the medium term, then so be it. I'll just have to work around it. We have a free roll, but unfortunately, the time is up to get in there because I already delayed it once, so I'm not going to delay it again. I was going to start with plenty of time before the new free roll time, which was 10:10 p.m. Pacific time. And then what happened was I had some issues with the radio server that I didn't expect. And then I did a boneheaded thing to fix it, which I won't get into, but I made a stupid mistake, and I sat there for like 20 minutes trying to figure out what I did wrong, and it was something really stupid and trivial, and I felt like a moron. Anyway, the good news is it's fixed, and the radio server should work as usual. If you ever have problems with the radio, either getting some error message trying to listen, or some kind of security message, which, by the way, you're never in any danger listening to radio, no matter what your browser says. It's just if the certificate expires, it warns you. So that's what was going on tonight. And then I tried to put on the new certificate, and I just was taking the wrong one and kept trying to install that and going, why isn't this working? And then I realized what was going on. So anyway, if you get that message, or if it just isn't playing for you, or if the reruns don't work, or if the call to listen line doesn't work, please just let me know. I'm going to give you my text phone number very shortly. It's the same one we've had here for the last 12 plus years. And just let me know, and I'll get right on it, because sometimes I don't check it myself. And like today, I didn't notice that we had a problem with the live radio server until it was time to start the show. And I'm like, uh-oh. So anyways, all fixed right now. And that is that. But, I wear all the hats here for this site. I do all the tech work myself. I do all the administration myself. I pay all the bills. And it's a not-for-profit site. It's a one-man show in all ways you can think of. Except when we have co-hosts, which it's too bad because Cal Watt would love to come back on, and he's been staying up late every night. I know this because I've been texting him late. Like, he'll text me at like 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time, which is where he lives. And I thought, oh, good, he's staying up later these days. And then tonight, of all things, he has to go to bed early. So we didn't get him tonight. I'm going to let tradershky know that we're on. There's no chance he's up right now, but maybe he pops on if we're still on at like 3:30 when he wakes up. Haven't had him in a while. Would love to have him here. He just hasn't been here when we're doing the show because I've been stopping it before he wakes up because I haven't done long shows recently. That is the story. I know that we have a listener who goes by Go Buccos who would like to do one segment with me regarding the MGM M-Life program and a change they're making there. So if he's listening right now, he's welcome to call up whenever. We're going to do that topic first. And actually, it'll be second topic. And he's welcome to call up and join me at that point. Yeah, I apologize to Bobby Orr. I didn't have time to get him into the free roll. I will get that after the show. Sorry about that. I just had that issue with the server, with the radio server. The phone number to call into the show, as always, 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355. That's the number. We have the Mount Charleston line, which is an old 70s rotary phone sitting on top of Mount Charleston, which is a good place to go because Las Vegas is hot. It's not supposed to be that hot at this time of year because we're already into fall. But there's a heat wave in the desert right now in Las Vegas and Phoenix. So Mount Charleston is about 30 degrees cooler than Vegas at all times. Good place to go. We have an old 70s rotary phone there sitting on top of the mountain. 702-430-1808. 702-430-1808 is the Mount Charleston line. You can't text it, but you can call it if you want to talk to me during the show. The main number, 775-372-8355, is also our text number. So if you want to text me anytime, before, during, or after the show, it's never too late, never too early. Never feel bad to text me, no matter what time it is. I will never get mad saying, why are you texting me at this hour? Anything you have to say, I'll probably respond to you. Sometimes I slack a bit with checking it, so don't be insulted if I take a little while to respond to you. That can just happen where I slack with checking, or I check it while I'm tired and then forget to respond to people. It's never intentional. I promise you that. So if I don't respond, that's why. But the line is still the same numbers it's always been. You can still always text me. And I'll try to do a little better about responding to people. The free roll this week is $50 as usual. It's already started on the No Fraud Online Poker Room. We will try to have one next week, next time we do a show. And the prize is 25 first, 15 second, 10 for third. And the money this week came from Kumo 303, $10. I also have $10 more to use in the future from him. I also took 2 unclaimed prizes from the past, $25 from Seabox Softy and $15 from Reno. So thank you to them, even though they didn't intentionally give the money, they still gave the money. So thank you to everybody. The call to listen line is very simple. You just call up and listen. It does not require a smartphone, a data plan, a computer, an app, the internet. No, none of that. In fact, your phone does not even need a good connection. You could be on your cell phone and you could have like 1 bar. You could have 0 bars and it'll still work because it's not actually streaming data. It's streaming a voice phone call, which requires much less throughput. So very, very poor connections will still work. It also never buffers or never freezes. So these are 2 big things about it that are nice for listening if your connection's not good. That phone number is 518-931-1189, 518-931-1189. The call to listen line. Remember, you can't reach me on that number, but you can listen to me. And when we are not live, which is most of the time, you will hear streaming reruns of the past 12 and a half years of shows on Poker Fraud Alert Radio. It'll pick it at random and play it as if it's live. So you can hear that on the call to listen line or on the radio tab of pokerfraudalert.com. So you can always hear Poker Fraud Alert Radio 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with the exception of right before radio, and sometimes right after radio, because sometimes I'd like to leave it off right before and right after just to prevent confusion as to what is the live show and what is not the live show. So that's why that happens sometimes. That's on purpose. Other than that, if it's not like right before or after a live show and it seems to be down, the reruns, let me know about that too by texting me. Sometimes that will crash and I won't notice it. But what I do notice is when it is up, which is most of the time, the vast majority of the time, I notice that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we have people listening, which I think is cool, that we have people that just like to leave it on and listen. Of course, you can always just listen to any episode on demand, and you can do that through our podcasts, which every show we do ends up in podcast format. That's the way most of you listen. You can find it on iTunes, TuneIn, iHeartMedia. I believe I fixed the issues with them. No guarantee. They weren't very helpful, but I think I have fixed these issues for good. Spotify, which I recommend if you want to listen in podcast format, has clickable timestamps. And so does YouTube, which is the way I prefer you listen because I get a little bit of money. And when I say a little bit, I really mean a little bit, but a very little bit of money I get if you listen through YouTube. But if you don't enjoy listening through YouTube, that's fine too. I just want you to listen. There's very few ads on YouTube. I actually control how often the ads appear and where they do, so they're in a good place. They're never interrupting anything, and they're short. So I control all that, and I don't serve many ads on purpose. We're also on Audible, Amazon Alexa. Say, Alexa, play Poker Fraud Alert Radio podcast, exactly like that. And we are on CastBox. You can also call the call to listen line, 518-931-1189. That's to listen to the live show or the streaming reruns. 518-931-1189. Does not require a smartphone, a data plan, an app, a good internet connection, a good cell phone connection, and it never buffers and never freezes. It just works. And when we're not live on the air, which is most of the time, then it plays a streaming rerun of a show we have done in the past 12 and a half years of our existence here on Poker Fraud Alert Radio. And you can also listen to the streaming reruns by going to the radio tab on pokerfraudalert.com, the same way you listen to the live show. There's a chat room. You can go in there if you'd like to chat with other listeners or write a message to me, though I prefer you text me if you want to say something because I read the text more often than the chat. Here's the agenda. We'll get going. The Circa Survivor NFL contest is blowing up huge. Every year it is getting a lot more entries, and they had a record number of entries by a wide margin this year. It grew by all about 50% or so this year. They got over 14,000 entries at 1,000 each. I entered it, and in the first 3 weeks, and I'll explain how the contest works, by the way, so don't worry about that. But the first 3 weeks, over 95% of the entries are dead. 95% in 3 weeks of the NFL season, with a lot more to go. There's 17 more picks people have to do. 3 weeks into it, 15% of the contest is over, and 95% of the entries are gone. It's amazing what happened. Very, very unusual. We'll probably not see a year like this again anytime in the near future. I will tell you how I have done so far, and I'll tell you why 95+% of the entries have fallen off. Second topic, hopefully I can have some help from Go Buccos, who has some knowledge on this too. MGM is rumored to be analyzing slot play in order to remove the offers and Noir status, which is the highest status there, if people have it, from Casino Advantage players. So the good news is you're not a Casino Advantage player. This won't affect you. If you don't know if you're one, then I can tell you you're not one, and this won't affect you. But if you are one, or if you kind of act like one, and you'd have to know it, by the way, if you act like one, then this might affect you. So I'll tell you what is rumored to be happening. It's not 100% verified, but I believe it. Then I have an update for you on the Robert Tellez story. Remember the Clark County official who was the head of the public administrator's office in Clark County, which is where Las Vegas is, and he murdered Las Vegas Review-Journal journalist Jeff German? Well, he has been found guilty, and I will tell you about how his case ended and what he can expect going forward. Hustler Casino Live was removed from YouTube for an alleged terms violation. I'll tell you about that and whether they were able to get back on. I have another update for you. Remember All-American Dave, the guy who was in the back of the Rio outside and used to sell you fairly expensive but pretty good tasting and healthy food if you wanted to buy from him? He had a very good reputation. He provided good customer service. Some people didn't like it because of the price, and some people didn't love the food offerings. It just wasn't their thing. But for the most part, he was pretty popular and well-liked, and his service was well-liked. And then in 2022, the rug was pulled, and his business shut down, and people who had balances with him were left in the lurch, and we covered it on the show. Now, I will discuss this in further detail when we get to the segment, but he has returned. And no, he's not going to be at the 2025 World Series. At least I don't believe he will be. But I'll tell you in which way he's returned and why there is some hope for those with balances with his company in 2022 to get their money. A Caesars employee has given me a tip. I get tips from people. And keep in mind, tips are not always correct. I'll have people giving me tips, and they either hear something wrong or they heard it right, but it just doesn't come to pass. So this is not something you can take to the bank. This isn't something that's 100%. But I was told by a Caesars employee that the Diamond and Laurel Lounges, which they took away during COVID and never brought back, and then they brought a drink benefit to replace it in Vegas, where you can get up to 4 free drinks a day if you're Diamond Plus or higher. That is supposedly going away, and the Diamond and Laurel Lounges are coming back in 2025, according to this employee. I'll explain why this is happening, and I have 2 words for you. Drink abuse. And it's not the way you might think. I don't mean people getting drunk. Drink abuse is the reason it's supposedly happening, so I'll explain all that to you. Have you heard of the Hawk Tuah girl, Hailey Welch? She's the one who had that viral video of an interview of her where they asked her what move makes men go crazy in bed. She's only 21 years old. She's very young. And she said something that was kind of amusing, kind of funny on that video, and it went viral. And I'll give her credit. She's been running with that. She's been running with her temporary internet fame. So among other things, she has thrown out the first pitch for the New York Mets just because of that. She wasn't famous before that. And, of course, she found her way to poker. So I'll tell you what poker she played, and which Poker Fraud Alert guest was the winner of that tournament. Harrah's Resort Southern California, also known as Harrah's Rincon, has posted a tacky sign in all of their rooms regarding what will happen if you steal any items from the room, even items you'd never think of stealing. So I'll read you what's on that sign, and I'll read you what way they're putting it, because they're not saying this is your penalty for stealing it. They're putting it a different way, which is very stupid. So I will read that to you when we get to that segment. A Texas man is accused of murdering a guy who is accused of cheating in a home poker game. But funny enough, the one who's accused of murdering him was not the one who was originally accusing him of cheating. He was just trying to break up a fight related to the cheating allegation, and that escalated everything, and then this alleged murder occurred. So I will tell you about that weird story. Finally, I have a tip for you guys if you want to get Caesar's Diamond. Now, there is one way I've told you guys about before, which is through the Wyndham Business Earners credit card. And that's cheap. It's $95 a year, but you do need a business TIN in order to get it, which most of you don't have. But I will give you another way for $199 a year, which is very cheap compared to the benefits you'll get from Diamond. And it does not require a business TIN, doesn't really require anything other than $199 per year. So I will explain how to do that, and this is courtesy of forum member PLOL. And he's actually been on radio a few times and has done, did a video show for Poker Fraud Alert once as a co-host there. So some of you are familiar with him. But he posted this tip. It's a very good one. I wanted to pass it on to you guys. So that is our agenda tonight. And you might be wondering, wait a minute, Druff, I thought this is a Poker Fraud Alert show. Where is the story about the Bot Corporation? Because there's something called the Bot Corporation, and that's been going around on Twitter, and some guy did a long report on it. I think a guy in England or something, and I wouldn't say it's a huge story yet, but there are some people very concerned about Russian bots just being all over online poker, which, of course, we know about anyway. But that one Russian company, if you want to call it, has been behind a lot of these bots. Why am I not covering that? Well, because I just read about it very recently, and I have not learned all the intricacies of it. It's a very complicated story, and what I like doing on the show is taking very complicated stories and breaking it down to where it's not complicated, to where it's easy to digest and understand. Because I understand a lot of you don't have the time or energy or inclination to go dig into these very detailed stories and get out of it the easy-to-understand high-level picture. So I like giving you both the easy-to-understand high-level picture and also some details that's presented just very clearly and very easy to follow. And I can't do that because I don't know enough about it yet. It's a very long report that was put out about it, and while it was very extensive, it wasn't all that clear and easy to understand. So some people just, when they write, they just don't think of the average person reading it that's going to have a little hard time following. So I'm going to have to read it very slowly and look at a bunch of things he linked, and I'm going to have to figure it all out. So I'll do that next time. Whenever the next show is, I'll cover that bot story. That's why it's missing from this show. Anyway, we have more than enough topics given my coughing issues. So let's get started. The Circa Survivor contest is one of two contests that are run by the Circa Casino in downtown Las Vegas. Circa is a higher end, at least by downtown standards, built from the ground up casino. It is the best property by far downtown. Most of downtown is kind of trashy. Even like the Golden Nugget, which is considered one of the better properties downtown, is still inferior to most of what you'll find on the Strip. But Circa is a pretty nice place. Circa is new. They keep it up well. They care about their reputation. I'll give you a quick example. When gambling scammer Christopher Mitchell was operating out of there, when I say operating, like he would film videos of himself there and pretend he's winning, and all the usual crap he does we've talked about on the show, we got a hold of someone at Circa who then had him removed. At least they said they did. I don't have verification he was banned, but I do know that they said they'd take care of it, and we haven't seen any videos of him since at Circa, so they probably did remove him. And most casinos won't. Even the so-called Class C casinos on the Strip won't. So props to them. that here was a guy who was a losing gambler, but they didn't want him because of what he was doing. So I have respect for Circa ownership and management. The sports book, which is run by a guy named Jeffrey Benson, he does a great job, and he's very fair with people, and he's very open and transparent, and they don't pull a lot of the same crap that a lot of other Vegas sports books do with limiting people and only taking bets from the losers and things like that. I'm not saying you can just go there and clobber them. I'm saying that they really are the best sports book in Vegas as far as how customers are treated. So they've been pretty much a class act in Vegas since they started Circa. And they don't give me any money to say this. They give me nothing. I have no relationship with anyone there. I've tweeted with Jeffrey Benson publicly a few times, and I've never had any private conversation with him in any way, except for the thing about Christopher Mitchell. Like, really, there's very little that I've had as far as interaction with them. I'm just telling you my impression of them so far. So back to the contests they run. One of the things they do is they run contests without any kind of rake, just for publicity. One of them is the Circa Millions, which is a NFL handicapping contest. And the other one is a Survivor contest. Now, the Millions is your typical handicapping contest where whoever ends up with the best record ends up winning. Survivor is different in that each ticket you buy at Survivor, which is $1,000 each, you make one pick for a team to win outright. Doesn't matter what the spread is. They just have to win outright. And if the team wins that week, then you move on. If the team loses that week, your ticket is dead. So you can't lose at all on any ticket or your ticket's dead. Doesn't matter if you get all the way to week 18 and then in the last week you lose, then your ticket's dead as if you lost on the first week. So obviously it's a pretty damn hard thing to win because you can never be wrong. You can never get upset. You can try to pick the best teams each week, and there's an additional wrinkle is that you can only use each team once. So on each ticket, you have to submit the one team that you think will win this week, and it can't be one you used before. Now, if you have multiple tickets, then it can be. You can spread out the tickets in a way where you're not picking the same teams on every ticket, and then the team you didn't take on ticket number 2, and you did take on ticket number 1, you could do vice versa the next week. But I'm saying on the same ticket, there has to be a different team picked each time. And you end up with 20 total picks you have to make, because there's 18 weeks, plus you have to pick Thanksgiving and Christmas, in addition to the regular 18 weeks. So it's 20 picks you have to make, and you have to go 20-0 to win. So as you can imagine, there's very few people who get to the end. Usually it's like 3 or 4 people, and it is a winner-take-all contest where once you get to the end, you split the prize with whoever else got there. And if you're the only one who gets there, then you get the whole prize. The prize pool is the number of entrants times 1,000, because it's $1,000 per ticket, and obviously the prize pool is however many tickets are bought. So if you're the only one to get to the end, you will get the entire prize pool. Last year, the prize pool was a then record like 9.5 million, sort of like 9,500 tickets bought, something like that. I'm approximating, but it was around there. And that was easily a record. This has rapidly grown each year. And once again, that happened. So in 2024-25, which is the NFL season right now, there were 14,266 entrants in the Circa Survivor contest. So that's a huge growth. That's like a 50% growth. And I imagine next year will grow too. People really love the Circa Survivor contest for a few reasons. First of all, it's fun. Second, there's a gigantic prize if you get lucky enough to get to the end. Third, there's a lot of dead money. First of all, there's some idiots who just forget to pick on a given week. Like the first week, there were like 45 people who forgot to submit picks, or at least 45 tickets. So those just lose automatically. So that's dead money right there, literally dead money. And every week that happens for a while. Then there's people who just are clueless, because there's strategy in this. It's not just luck. There's strategy. You have to map out your path of what you're going to pick, because you can only use one team per week. And eventually you run out of good teams. You start using mediocre teams and semi-bad teams. You got to keep track of which teams are likely to get upset. There's a lot of different things you got to figure out. And there's a lot of luck in it too. And there's a lot of different possible strategies you can use to get to the end. And it's not even completely solved, like figured out what the optimal way is to do it. So people all have different approaches. So it's interesting. People enjoy it. And it's a fun way to sweat the NFL. And the fact that there's no rake makes people like it even more because they know that if they're better than average, or even if they're exactly average, it's positive expectation because of the people who just don't submit picks and are dead money that way. So even a completely average player will be positive expectation. There's also another way that's not that well known, but there's another way you can make money out of it, and that is you can sell your tickets. Now, Circa doesn't facilitate that, but there are services that allow you to sell your tickets and find people to sell it to. So in the middle, if you have a few tickets and you want to sell one or more, or you could sell them all, then you could sell them and whatever people will pay. And by the way, they tend to pay more than the equity that you have at the moment because there's just some rich guys who like to enter later and have a chance to win at the big money. They don't really care about the value they're getting out of what they're paying you. So that's another way you can cash out in the middle and not have to worry as much about the variance of having to either be super lucky and win millions or lose everything. So that was actually my plan this year. So last year what I did is I bought 1/6 of a consortium of 3 tickets. And when I say a consortium, I mean a number of people, all of whom were associated with Poker Fraud Alert, got together and put various amounts of money in to equal $3,000. I put in $500. This was last year, not this year. And I owned 1/6 of it, obviously. And then we would get on the phone together and decide what teams to pick. And we actually got fairly deep with one of the tickets. And what was too bad is when we were fairly deep, and I mentioned this last year, there was a really, really tough call to make of whether we take one team or the other. It was just very, very close. And we ended up going the wrong way. And both games were extremely close. Both came down to the last play. The one we were thinking about picking and almost did, but didn't, ended up winning at the last minute. And the one we did pick ended up losing at the last minute. So that was the end of us. But we got pretty deep, and that was encouraging to me. Well, this year I decided to go it alone for various reasons. And I also decided to put a lot more than $500 into it. So I actually jumped in feet first and put in a lot of money in this whole thing. I ended up investing
$1 million.
No, in fact, I couldn't do that even if I wanted to. The most you can buy is 10 tickets for $10,000. Now, you can buy tickets through other people. So, for example, I could have brought a friend who could buy 10 tickets, and then I could have an agreement with him that it's really my tickets, or it's almost my tickets. Like I get 99%, and he gets a 1% free roll, something like that. So you can basically get other people to join in with you. In fact, I know people who have 20, 30, 40 tickets that do it together, just to smooth out the variance somewhat. But each person can buy up to 10 tickets. So I bought 10 tickets. I put $10,000 as if I were entering the WSOP main event. And similar to the WSOP main event, there's millions of dollars for being successful and getting to the end. And there's also ways you can cash out with kind of moderate to medium money. In this case, it would be selling the tickets or even hedging, that is, betting normally against your survivor picks once you're very deep. So there's ways to sort of cash out that way. And there's a fairly high chance you're going to walk away with
0.0.
So I was used to entering something for $10,000 where I know there's a greater chance than not that I'm going to walk away with zero. Fortunately, in the WSOP main event for the last 2 years, I have not walked away with zero. But a lot of years before that, I did. So I'm used to it. Kind of sucks. I don't like seeing 10K go down the drain more than anyone else does. But I decided to try this year. Now, you might wonder, how am I able to do this since I don't live in Nevada anymore? I used to a long time ago, but I don't live in Nevada anymore. And you do have to physically be in Nevada to place your picks every week. Additionally, to register, you have to appear in person. No matter where you are, you can enter no matter where you are, but you have to be at Circa in person yourself. Can't send a representative. You have to go yourself to buy in and show them your ID and all that. So I did go to Vegas, and I signed up for Circa shortly before the season began. And I entered for my 10K. And then I still had the issue with entering picks because I wasn't going to go to Vegas every week, and I'm no more near the Nevada border. So how do I do it? Well, you can buy a proxy service to do it, and they will charge approximately about 10%, depending on how many tickets you have. And then they can submit the picks for you, and that is completely legal, and Circa, in fact, recommends one or two of them that you can use. But you can use any proxy service you want. You do it at your own risk. If they mess up, it's too bad, but you can at least use that, and they are allowed to submit picks on your behalf. Or you can basically create your own proxy service and find someone in Nevada to do it for you. So I decided the latter. First of all, the proxy services are very rigid about the time that you have to submit it by, and you have to pay extra if you want to submit it later than that time, and even then it's kind of rigid. So I preferred to do this through somebody that I knew personally in Vegas that I knew was responsible and that would enjoy having a little free roll. And also, I would also pay them less than I would pay the proxy services, so everybody wins. So I get to keep more Jew gold in my pocket. They get a free roll for not very much work. They get to sweat the NFL every week and hope they win along with me. So that was a lot better than giving it to some proxy service. So given that I know a lot of people in Vegas from my time there and my association with the poker and gambling communities, I did find somebody, and I gave them a certain percentage free roll of whatever I end up cashing. I'm not going to tell you exactly who it is or what the terms were. It's not really important. That's my business and their business, but that part went well. The person did a very good job with submitting the picks and keeping me notified, and they didn't make any mistakes, and very good choice who I picked to do that. Unfortunately for both of us, I ended up cashing
0.0.
Which means so did they. But they did say they enjoyed it and they'll do it next year if I want. Now you might wonder, how can I be out already? I had 10 freaking tickets. Am I that much of an NFL donkey that in just 3 weeks I'm out already? Well, I gave you a hint in the opening to this show when I was doing the agenda as to why that happened. Because if I had 10 tickets last year, this wouldn't have happened. I'd be very much alive last year. But this year is not last year. That was then, this is now. And we had a very unusual situation so far in the NFL. In fact, if you are an NFL fan, then I'm sure you already know what I'm talking about. And by the way, I have become more and more of an NFL fan in the 2020s. That's one of the major changes with me this decade. It's funny because I was never that interested in the NFL. I was interested in Major League Baseball my entire life, ever since I was a little kid. I was interested in the NBA, not quite as much as baseball, but also NBA interested. I just wasn't that into the NFL. I watched the Super Bowl, but I wasn't like following the NFL that closely. It just wasn't my thing. And then in the 2020s, I just started getting more into it. And now this season, I'm more into it than ever. So that's why I wanted to buy the Survivor tickets, is because now I follow the NFL very closely. Someone on the forum, Sandalmar, made a joke that the Dodgers have frustrated me into becoming an NFL fan. Maybe that's a little bit true, even though the Dodgers are probably going to win the NL West again. So I bought my 10 tickets. I already told you that I'm out. So that's the end of my 10K. It's the end of my Circa Survivor for 24-25, which is very sad. I was hoping I'd at least have a good sweat. 3 weeks is not a good sweat. But what happened? How did I lose so quickly? Well, for whatever reason, the favorites in the NFL have not been doing well this year in the first 3 weeks. So before the contest starts, most competent players will look at all 32 teams, and they will look at the power rankings of these teams, and they'll look at a bunch of other factors with these teams and figure out who are likely to be the top teams, who are likely to be the okay teams, who are likely to be the kind of below average teams, and who are likely to be the bad teams. And it doesn't take a genius to realize that you want to pick as many games as you can against the really bad teams, preferably if these bad teams are on the road. So since you can only use one team each week, you can't just keep picking the best teams over and over because you're going to have to pick 20 of them. So 20 of the 32 NFL teams are not going to all be good. It's impossible. So it needs to be based upon matchups. It needs to be based upon the likelihood of the team winning. So, for example, if one good team is playing another, you don't want to touch that game. If a very good team is playing a very bad team, you definitely want to consider it, but you also want to look down the line and see if there's even a better spot to use that team further in the contest. You don't want to just go for what the biggest favorite is in that particular week, or later in the contest you'll find yourself screwed. So what most people do is they tend to look at the biggest favorites. They just look at the lines that are posted, the regular sports betting lines on the NFL. They look at the ones that have the biggest spread, meaning that the favorite of the two are the big favorites of the week, and then they just put them down for Survivor. And that doesn't take a lot of skill. You could teach a kid to do that. You could teach a little kid to do that. Where the skill comes in is setting a path for yourself, because again, since you can only use one team each week, you've got to figure out when to use each team, and of course you've got to change things around as you learn that certain teams are not as good as expected, certain teams are not as bad as expected, certain teams have key injuries, like what happened with Miami and their quarterback. So you have to look at these things throughout the season and also adjust. So it's a challenging thing to do. But at the beginning, you're going to see a ton of picks on the favorites. Now, there were no monster favorites in the first 3 weeks. There was nothing like a 10-point favorite. I think the best we had was like an 8.5-point favorite by the time the games went off. But that's still a pretty big favorite as far as just outright winning, because you don't have to cover the spread. You just need to win. Some teams that were expected to be really lousy be ones to pick against, because you can pick against the same team over and over. You have to pick for only one team each, but you can pick against whatever teams you want repeatedly. So Carolina was thought to be the very worst team in the NFL. New England, far removed from their Tom Brady days, thought to be one of the worst teams, not as bad as Carolina, but still very bad. The Las Vegas Raiders, another one that's bad. The New York Giants, the Denver Broncos. These were teams that people were expecting they were going to be fading a lot in the Survivor contest, and it didn't take a genius to realize this if you just know a little bit about the NFL, or even if you don't, you just want to look at the power rankings for each team. So at the beginning, you expect a lot of people to be fading these bad teams, especially when they are on the road. And indeed, that is what people were doing. So I didn't want to just do that every time, because you have to get a little more creative. If you just follow what the crowd is doing, there's no way you're going to win. And if you do win, you'll end up winning with a mass number of people if you're doing what the ploppies do. So what I did was I really did plot out a path, what I'm going to do with my 10 tickets, and have to adjust that path, of course, but at least come up with a preliminary path and try to follow it as closely as possible. And I started out by picking 3 teams for week 1. The Seattle Seahawks, tickets 1 through 3. The Cincinnati Bengals, tickets 4 through 7, so that's 4 tickets. And the final 3 tickets on the Buffalo Bills. Cincinnati and Seattle were kind of funny teams. Cincinnati has been overrated for a while now. They made me a little bit nervous, but they were the biggest favorite of the week. Seattle Seahawks were not considered a good team, but they were playing a bad opponent, and they were one of those teams that had a pretty big spread. I think it was like -6. And this way, if you get a team like Seattle out of the way and use up a week with them, that's good, because it leaves the better teams for later. So that's one of the strategies. But I'm not saying there was a really advanced strategy, because they were taken pretty frequently in week 1, because they were one of the bigger favorites, so that was pretty easy to see. So that was week 1. And Seattle was at home against Denver. Cincinnati was at home against New England. And Buffalo was at home against Arizona. So this is what happened. Buffalo barely squeaked by, 34-28. Arizona played pretty well. Seattle, they also kind of squeaked by. Denver played better than expected. Seattle got by them 26-20. And Cincinnati, playing a very bad New England team, choked and lost 16-10. They just looked awful. So that wiped out a lot of tickets right there. It killed 40% of my tickets right off the bat. Of the 14,206 entrants, I said 266, it's 206, but close enough. Almost 5,000 went with Cincinnati. 4,895 went with Cincinnati, so there went 34% of the tickets right there. So that was carnage right off the bat. Second week, I come in with 6 tickets. Now, the funny thing is, because there was such carnage, even though I lost 40% of my tickets, my equity actually went up because it wasn't just Cincinnati that lost, but some other teams that got picked by a lot of people also lost. So there had been enough carnage there to where my 40% loss in tickets was actually less than the average. So it went from 14,206 to just 8,675 coming into week 2. So it seriously reduced in the first week. And it was already to where each person had an average equity of 1,644 per ticket from 1,000, just from that first week. The 3 big picks for that week were the Baltimore Ravens, 2,304 tickets, the Houston Texans, 2,049 tickets, the LA Chargers, 1,276 tickets, and then also a good number on the Detroit Lions at 859 tickets, and the Philadelphia Eagles at 785 tickets. There were also picks in the hundreds, the low hundreds, on the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Dallas Cowboys, the Indianapolis Colts, the New York Jets, and the Washington Commanders. So what happened in week 2? Well, week 2 had even more carnage and more upsets, including against me. So what did I pick? Well, in week 2, I went with the Baltimore Ravens, I went with the LA Chargers, and I went with the Houston Texans. So remember, I told you the top 8 there. The Ravens, Texans, Chargers, Lions, Eagles, Jaguars, Cowboys, and Colts. Those are the top 8 picks in Survivor by the field. Baltimore Ravens blew a 10-point lead at home against the crappy Las Vegas Raiders and lost. That was big-time choking because the Raiders had looked awful all the way up until like the last quarter and a half. And then Baltimore choked off their lead at home against an awful team. That was not good. So that loss, that knocked out 2,304 people, over 26% of the remaining field. The Houston Texans ended up winning. So that was good. The Texans ended up winning 19-13. So it wasn't a blowout by any means, but they pulled it out. Again, they were at home. The LA Chargers, they also managed to win. So I ended up winning 2 of my 3 picks. I had done 2, 2, and 2. So now I had 4 tickets of my 10 surviving. 4 of the 6 from that week survived. So the LA Chargers were on the road against Carolina, ended up winning. Why did I take a road team? Well, because Carolina was so awful in the first game. I and many other people figured that the Chargers, who were not by any means a great team, were still going to easily beat them, and they won easily 26-3. That was really my only easy win of anything I had picked thus far. So 4 tickets of mine made it through, but what about everybody else? The ones I did not pick all lost of the top 8. I mentioned that the Baltimore Ravens lost, but so did the Detroit Lions, so did the Philadelphia Eagles at the very last minute, so did the Jacksonville Jaguars, so did the Dallas Cowboys, so did the Indianapolis Colts. So almost half of the 8,675 entries died. So again, my equity went up. So I had 4 tickets move on out of 10, and they ended up with only 3,874 entries left after the first 2 weeks. 3,874 out of 14,206 were left after 2 weeks in this freaking contest. This has never happened before. So that gave me 3,682 per ticket equity, and that's over 14.5K. So even though it sucked losing 6 of my 10 tickets, I thought, okay, well, I've still gained almost 50% equity here. I can't keep having these every week because I have to make it all the way to the end, or at least far enough to sell some of these, and I can't just keep losing 2 to 4 tickets every week or I will be gone. So then came week 3. What happened in week 3? Well, you know I didn't do well. Like I told you, I'm out already. Week 3, here were the top picks. The top 5 picks, which is the Cincinnati Bengals. Again, people had faith in them despite what happened in week 1 and despite the fact they lost in week 2. 988 picks. The Cleveland Browns, 931 picks. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 667 picks. And would you believe the Las Vegas Raiders against Carolina in Las Vegas, 515 picks. And the New York Jets, which was the Thursday game, 445 picks. And the rest were all under 100. So these were the big 5. So if all 5 of these lost, there would have been almost nobody left in the contest. Really, there would have been like 200 people left if all these lost out of 14,206. But what if most of them lost? In fact, what if 4 of the 5 I just listed lost? Would that be pretty bad? What if the top 4 all lost? Would that be pretty bad? Well, what happened? The Cincinnati Bengals, who I did not pick, that was the Monday game, that lost. They choked again. They're 0-3. The Cleveland Browns, who I did pick, I put 2 tickets on the Browns. They lost. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I put my other 2 tickets on them. They lost. By the way, the Browns, they played so badly, and still against the New York Giants, they actually had a chance several times, including the fourth quarter. They had they only lost by 6, and they had several chances to score that last touchdown, and they didn't. It was unbelievable how many chances they were given, despite how awful they played. They actually could have won that game at the end, and they didn't. So the Bengals lost, the Browns lost, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost, so that knocked me out because those were my 4 tickets. And what about the Las Vegas Raiders? Remember that bad team that got the 4th most picks because they were against Carolina and they were in Las Vegas? Well, people were thinking that was the sharp play because Carolina had looked so terrible. Carolina was now going to be on the road, so even the crappy Raiders should be able to crush them, right? They were like a 5-point favorite. 5.5, something like that. Well, I did not trust that for a second. In fact, I thought an upset was coming. It would have been really crazy if I made Carolina my pick. There's nobody picked Carolina. Of all the entries, no one picked Carolina because that'd be kind of a dumb thing to do. In fact, it'd be a very dumb thing to do a 5.5 point dog for the third week of the contest. But I almost did it because I had such a strong feeling that Carolina was going to upset the Raiders and win the game outright. I had that strong feeling because I was studying that game and I saw some things about that game that I didn't like on Las Vegas's behalf. Andy Dalton was the new quarterback that they were using. They decided they weren't happy with the quarterback they used the first 2 games when they couldn't score. So Andy Dalton, who's a veteran going back 13 years, was the quarterback for Carolina, and he had a history of crushing the Raiders his entire career, dating back to like 2011. Now, yeah, those are different players he was crushing back then, but every time he played the Raiders, he did extremely well. He looked like an all-star. And I thought, you know what? This guy's going to come in with confidence. This guy's going to come in feeling like, I always beat this team. I always beat the Raiders. That's the team I always seem to own. And once you get that in your head, you play with confidence, you play a lot better. So I thought that was a big factor. The Raiders just looked terrible their first 2 games and just had like a good 1.5 quarters at the end of game 2, which allowed them to get an upset and give people faith in picking them week 3. But I just looked at the other 6.5 quarters they had been playing, and they looked awful. I also thought they'd be overconfident after their comeback win. The sharp sports bettors were going with Carolina. It seems like all the sharps were going with Carolina, and the line had moved from -7 to -5.5, then eventually fluctuating between 5.5 and 6, even though the public liked Las Vegas. So these were all signs that this was going to be an upset. And indeed it was. Carolina just crushed them from the start. I think at one point in the fourth quarter, it was like 33-7 Carolina, and I think the Raiders got like 2 touchdowns at the end, but it was meaningless. So the score, which wasn't close, looked even closer than it really was. There was a blowout the whole way. Carolina dominated the whole way. Dalton did great, as I thought. So you can add that to the Andy Dalton legend of always dominating the Raiders. So Carolina upset them, got their first win of the season, and there went all those. So, yes, 4 of the 5 top picks for week 3, actually the top 4, all went down. Bengals, Browns, Buccaneers, and Raiders. Only team that got a lot of picks that ended up winning was the New York Jets. I considered putting one ticket on them on Thursday. In fact, I texted the person who puts the picks in for me and said, hey, please be available because I might put in a pick today. And I said, nah, I'm going to save it for next week because week 4, it looked like it was pretty thin as far as the picks to make. So I decided I was going to do probably 2 on the Jets in week 4 and 2 on the 49ers. Of course, I didn't get there, but I was saving the Jets for that. Now, yes, I could have taken the Jets for one of the tickets I hadn't used that was not going to use for week 4, but of course, I regret now that I didn't do that. But I just didn't have a lot of faith in the Jets. They were playing New England again. New England did look good in game 1, like surprisingly good. So they made me a little bit nervous, especially because of Aaron Rodgers, who is 40 years old and didn't even look that great 2 years ago. And then he got hurt, missed the entire season last year, coming back at age 40. And in the first 2 games, he was very inconsistent. So I didn't have a lot of faith in the Jets. I thought the Jets were an overrated team, and I didn't want to lose any more tickets on them. So ironically, I didn't put on them, mainly because I wanted to use them the next week, but also because I didn't have a lot of faith in them. So I decided to skip them and do the 2 I liked best, which was Cleveland and Tampa, and neither of them got through. Tampa looked bad the whole way and was never close. And as I said, Cleveland played poorly, but because the Giants were so bad, they kept letting him back in. And Cleveland almost won, but did not. So anyway, that was the end of me, and that was the end of 95% of all the tickets. So they were down to, I think, 641 tickets out of 14,206, and the equity was over $22K per ticket after 3 weeks from $1,000 each. And a listener of Poker Fraud Alert was texting me, and he only bought 2 tickets, and one of them went out on week 1, but he actually had the Jets that week 3, so he survived. And he's telling me he's got a ticket now worth $22K. Kind of feels funny. A single ticket worth $22K after 3 weeks. So all you had to do is survive 3 weeks and you more than 22 times your equity. So that's a weird contest. It was weird. Now, did I learn anything from this? Will I do anything different next year? Now, first of all, I want to say this is very unlikely to happen again. It was highly unlikely to see this kind of carnage with all these favorites. I expected the Raiders to lose, and they did. I actually bet the money line. So I put my money where my mouth was. I posted right on Poker Fraud Alert, I am betting the Carolina Panthers plus 215 money line separate from all this. I posted it before the game. People saw it. People kind of snickered at it, and then it won. It easily won. So there's no way I was going with Vegas that week. Didn't matter for me, but there's no way I was going with Vegas that week. And the Bengals, I got burned with them in week 1. I got burned with them last year. I just think they're a very overrated team. I haven't seen anything that suggests that they're a good team this year. I just didn't feel good about them, so I wasn't going to go with them either. So it was the Browns and Buccaneers I was going to take, and then I wasn't sure if I wanted the Jets. And the Seahawks were even a possibility on the 2. I hadn't used the Seahawks yet, but didn't go that way. So anyway, what would I do differently in the future? Well, some people are saying that this is not as much of a shock as it appears to be. That there's been a lot of upsets in the NFL because of they've changed some things in the preseason, and that's affecting how the season's playing out. And this is not entirely surprising to see all these upsets. So I'm starting to think that the smart play in this Circa Survivor, especially if you are entering it the way I am with the intention to sell tickets later, if I get deep, not sell them all, but sell some of them, and I'm willing to fire 10 entries into it, I think maybe it might be smart to pick the ones that people aren't picking and then just hope for this type of carnage. Because let's say I took that approach, and let's say I survived some of my tickets by doing this, then I would have each ticket being worth more than $22K. So let's say I had 4 of my 10 left. That doesn't sound good after 3 weeks, but that makes my $10K investment worth like $90K. And I could just go sell 3 of the tickets and then just try to ride the last one to the millions. Or I could sell 2 of them and just say, hey, look, I already made a nice profit, so whatever happens, happens. Or I could sell 2 of them and see if I could sell the last one that I'd want to sell later on when it's worth even more. But I think that might be the smarter approach, especially if this is establishing a pattern that the favorites are going to lose early in the season, a lot more than people are going to expect. So that might be the right way to do it, because that really is the path to basically luck into valuable tickets early. Whereas if you go the way of what most people are doing, then you're either going to survive deep but still have a ton of competition, or be out early if there's upsets. So as tempting as it can be to pick the ones that you think are going to win this week, the most likely to win this week, and even if you map out a path to where it makes sense to where you can ride the best chance to win all the way through for all 20 picks, and that's what I did. A lot of people do that. Like, I'm not the only one in the world who plots out a path here. That's what most of the competent players do. There's a lot of players who are not competent in this, a lot of people who just kind of fire. But I think it might be smart, especially if this is starting kind of a pattern in the NFL, to go off the beaten path, or at least designate some tickets to go off the beaten path. Just say, okay, I'm going to buy 10 tickets, and 4 of them or 5 of them are going to be kind of a weird path through at the beginning. And if there's carnage, then we're going to have a lot of value in these tickets. That might be the way to go in the future. I'll have to think about it. I've got a long time to think about it, because this will be for the 25-26 season. We're just beginning the 24-25 season. So, that wasn't good. Didn't enjoy losing 10K there. But yeah, I'm treated like I treat the main event of the World Series. Some years I enter and I walk away with nothing. In fact, that happened to me in 2021 and 2022. I entered and walked away with nothing. 22, I didn't come close. 21, I came very close, like within 50 spots of the money, and went out. And there was my 10K. But, in 19, I made it deep. In 23, I made it semi-deep. 24, I made it semi-deep. So I cashed those 3 years. And some years before that, I made it deep but didn't cash. I had my one deepest run in 2010. So, it's just one of these things. You put 10K in and you hope it produces more. You hope it produces way more. And you have fun with it. Didn't get that much fun this year, having only 3 weeks worth. But anyway, the person who did it with me said they enjoyed it and they'll be happy to do it again. And I'll definitely use them again. Had a good experience with this person. And yeah, I think I'll probably do it. But ouch. Only thing making it a little bit better was winning that money line bet on the Panthers, though it wasn't that big, so it doesn't nearly compensate for the 10K I'm out. And I even got a lucky underwin on that Browns game when, for whatever reason, the Giants just decided they're going to sit at the 1 yard line and not score the touchdown, even though that would have put them up 12. All right, let's move on. Good news is I haven't really coughed. Now that I said that, I'm probably going to cough. The MGM M Life program, which I still call the MGM M Life program, it's actually called MGM Rewards. I still see Caesars Rewards as total rewards, and I still see MGM Rewards as MGM M Life, but the technical name of the program is MGM Rewards. And it's their rewards program for all MGM properties. And now even Cosmopolitan has been rolled into it. And when I say all MGM properties, I mean all MGM properties throughout the country. Noir is the top tier of MGM Rewards. And unlike 7 Stars, which is the top tier of Caesars, Noir requires you to be approved by a committee. You can't just get it by earning a certain number of tier credits. And 7 Stars, you also don't automatically get at Caesars, but there they approve you pretty easily, whereas Noir, there's actually a committee that meets and decides whether you get in or not. And a lot of that has to do with they look at your gambling and see if you are a big-time negative expectation gambler who is just chunking off a lot of money there, or if you're just someone who racks up a lot of tier credits playing in good spots, even if not an advantage player. If you're just someone who's really getting the best of it, even in a slightly negative form, if they say, okay, this person puts a lot of volume, but they're really not playing in bad spots for themselves, they're not going to give you Noir. So that's basically what they're looking at for Noir, is like, are you a big-time degenerate gambler they're expecting to make a lot of money from, and where they have the the best of it against you by far in most of the times you play against them. So that's basically what they're looking for at that committee. So Noir is the top of the 5 tiers. They also have Platinum, Gold, Pearl, and then the card you get when you first sign up is Sapphire. So to compare it to Caesars, Sapphire is like Caesars Gold, Pearl is like Caesars Platinum, Gold is like Caesars Diamond, Platinum is like Diamond Elite, and then Noir is like 7 stars. Well, there's supposedly been something happening at MGM Rewards, and it's disturbing to a lot of advantage players. Now, before we get going, just as I said in the intro, if you're not a casino advantage player, then you don't have to worry about any of this. You'll probably want to listen anyway just to hear what's going on, but you don't have to be afraid this is going to happen to you. So if you're going to send me a text and say, oh no, am I in danger? Oh no, are they going to do this to me? No, they're not, because they're looking for something very specific. And if they don't find it, then they won't do anything to you. And it's not likely they will get confused with a false positive. So if you're not an advantage player of any kind, then you're fine. But if you are, or if you're even kind of like a pseudo-advantage player that kind of knows what advantage players do and you kind of mimic it a little bit, even if you're not as knowledgeable as a lot of the other ones, or even if you do other negative expectation gambling on your card, you're going to want to watch out for this. So a guy named Vegas Paulie C, who is an older guy who makes a lot of videos about Las Vegas. And he's kind of controversial. He always just speaks his mind. He's not afraid to get into feuds with people. In recent times, he's had a big feud with a woman who calls herself Vegas Starfish, whose real name is Jennifer Gay. And they've had an ongoing feud with each other. They were kind of like cooperating and working together at one point, but they've since had a huge falling out. And that's still not rectified. I don't like her at all. She even stole content from my Vegas Casino Talk once and gave me no credit. Vegas Paulie C, he's fine. I kind of neutral on him. But anyway, this is what he posted, and I'm going to let you listen to what he's saying, and then I will read you the thing that he posted up there, and I will give you my opinion as to what's really happening, and I'll tell you also what I've heard from other advantage players that I've talked to about this.
Well, hello. It's Vegas Paulie C, and it's D-Day here in Las Vegas at MGM Properties for all slot players who previously were taking advantage of what's known as advantage play on the following machines: Buffalo Ascension, Golden Link, Buffalo Link, Hexbreaker 3, Ocean Magic, Golden Jungle, and Magic of the Nile. All of those games now are going to fall under this provenance that I'm going to show you. MGM is cracking down on slot players. There is the information. You can screenshot it. You will no longer receive free play tournaments.
All right, let me stop it right there. I'm going to read you what he posted. That's why I stopped it, because he's just reading what he posted. So I want to read it and stop as I'm reading it. So there's no point to have him read it to you too. But he rattled off a bunch of slot machines that you may or may not have heard of. You probably have if you play slots or even observe slots as you walk through Vegas casinos, but some of you haven't been to casinos in a while and may not be familiar with them, and some of you don't even look at slots. You just kind of go directly to the table games and don't even notice them. But what all these slots have in common is that the odds on them changes depending upon what the state the machine is in. And what I mean by that is they either start to build up these jackpots, ranging from small jackpots to large jackpots, and every time you spin the machine and a jackpot's not won, then the numbers go up. And then when one of them hits, then it goes back to a base value, and so on and so forth. So that's one form of machine, and another form are ones that have some kind of wilds on the screen or other bonus things on the screen that build up. And then, of course, they're in a better and better state as you have more and more of those. So these differ from traditional slot machines where the odds are always the same no matter when you play them. So for quite some time now, advantage players do something that's called vulturing. Vulturing is where you walk around, you look for these machines where people have left them in a positive expectation state because they've run out of money, they just can't continue playing, they have to go somewhere, whatever it is. They walk away from the machine, and it is in a positive expectation state. In fact, some vultures will even hang out waiting for people to be done and possibly walk away with it when it's in a positive state. And the most unethical of them will trick people who are on these machines in a good state to leave the machine and go to a different machine, and then they can take over. So that's what vulturing is, and it's become very common among slot advantage players in Las Vegas and other casinos. So the machines that this guy read off are some of the most common machines that people will do this with. Advantage players will look for them in a particular state, and when it's positive expectation, they will play, and as soon as it's not anymore, they will stop. And it requires discipline because it's not guaranteed money. Just like most advantage play, you are still taking a chance you're going to lose. So it does take the discipline to start one of these machines in a good state, and then once it falls out of that positive state, to just quit, even if you're losing. And some advantage players don't have that type of discipline, and they eventually lose their money. And the ones that do, provided they have the bankroll, they will end up winning in the long term. Over time, Vegas and other casinos have been building up more and more of these advantage player vultures. And the reason is because it's pretty easy. There's a lot of information available online as to when these machines are in a positive state. It's not a very difficult thing to learn. It does not require very much practice to become a positive expectation player at these games if you have the right information and if you have the discipline. And, you just walk around the casino floor and see what you can find. So people who say, hey, I've never been a winning gambler, but wow, I have this information now. Wouldn't it be nice to just kind of stroll around and look for these machines and only play them when they're in that spot? And hey, I can be an advantage player too, even though I don't really have any connections in the advantage world, and I don't know how to really spot these plays that I'm not already told about. But if I can just read online about this stuff and do this too, hey, I can do it too. So that's what I call like pseudo-advantage play, where these are not true advantage players, but they're ones who just find out information online that's publicly available and then only play in those spots. Or mostly play in those spots. So just more and more of these over the years. And of course, there's a lot of competition. There's some casinos where you'll have vultures standing right there, so you see a person playing something that's in a very good state, and you kind of hope they leave, and then you go, oh crap, look, this guy's sitting right here, and I know what he's doing. He's waiting for this old woman to leave, possibly with it in a good state, and then he'll jump on it, so there's no point to wait because he's waiting for it next. So you'll see that sometimes in these casinos. The casinos have somewhat been trying to combat this. If sometimes they will ban people or at least warn people who walk around and are clearly looking for these machines, or walk around, press a few buttons to see what state each variant of the game's in, or they'll switch the denominations because those are often like operating as if they're separate games to see if any of those are in positive states, or the ones who will stand behind people waiting for them to leave and then they'll jump and vulture it, or at worst the ones that try to trick players into getting up and leaving and going to a different machine so they can take over. So the casinos will sometimes ban people who are doing this, or at the very minimum tell them to stop. And this has become more and more of a problem for casinos in a few ways. First of all, as I said, you have the most unethical of them that are actually chasing away the recreational players and tricking them into going to a different machine. They'll go up and say, hey, I bet you're losing on this machine. That's because this machine's in a bad state right now. This machine is going to lose right now, but let me show you one over here which is going to hit really soon. I'm an expert on this. Let me show you. And they bring the person to some crappy machine, drop them there, and then they sit at the good machine. So it's basically the reverse of what they're telling the person. They always have some story. Sometimes it's more complicated than that, but always some story that makes the person think that they're an expert trying to help them. And then they get the person moved, and then either a partner sits down and plays, or they just run back and play. Usually there's a partner. Usually there's two people who are doing this together. So casinos hate that for obvious reasons. But it goes beyond that. What casinos don't like is that this sort of thing is causing the recreational slot player to lose at a much faster rate than the casino wants. Now you might say, wait a minute, why don't they want people to lose at a really fast rate? Why would they ever want people to win? Well, because they want them to come back. If people lost every time they gambled, they would never come back. There's no fun in losing every time. The fun comes from winning sometimes, even if it's less frequently than you lose. The fun comes from the times you remember winning, the times you got lucky, the times that you've won jackpots. So even if overall you're losing, you still have that hope that maybe this is going to be a good session. If you don't have that hope, if every time you go you just get clobbered and there's no upside to it, then you just don't have the desire to come back. So the casinos have been looking for a very long time to find that sweet spot to where they can take the maximum amount from the players, the recreational players, on average, without driving them away completely where they feel hopeless. And it's a fine line. There's a fine line between a poorly returning machine where people are going to come back and a poorly returning machine where people feel hopeless and don't come back. So they've been tinkering with this over the years as far as the return on these machines and seeing what they can get away with. And not even just machines. That's why they've been changing the blackjack rules to get worse, like 6-5 blackjack. That's why the video poker returns have gotten worse, and they've lowered those pay tables because most people don't really know the difference. So they're trying to figure out how far can they go and people keep coming back. But they want people to win sometimes. And the problem is with these vultures, with these advantage players taking up most of the positive states of these machines, that means the recreational players will not be playing in the positive states in addition to all the negative playing they're doing. And this puts them in a terrible spot. So there's one machine that is known to have less than a 25% return in its very base state, where everything is reset back to the beginning when those little jackpots are hit. It starts out less than 25% return before eventually becoming positive. Because remember, if the machine's going to be positive at some point, then it's got to be paid for on the other end by extreme negativity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be profitable for the casino. So the last thing they want, the very last thing they'd want, would be the advantage players to suck up all the positive states and the recreational players to be playing the very, very negative states, because then that ruins what the casino is going for, which is a win percentage that they want for the recreational players, where they win sometimes, where they have some shot in the short term, but no shot in the medium or long term. That's what they're looking for with these machines, and that goes away when the advantage players take over the best states of those machines. So it causes the recreational players to lose too fast, and they don't like that. And in fact, this can even happen without the players being tricked to move away. Because if you just look at it, if these advantage players are only playing when it's in a 100% plus return spot, then that means the recreational players are not. Whereas if there were no advantage players and recreational players would happen to sit down and play it in that spot, well, then that right there is giving them a little bit of a chance. Now, these rec players would keep playing after it got out of the positive spot, but at least they'd be starting out in a positive spot there, whereas you'll never see this. You will rarely walk by one of these machines in a good state and see it's just been sitting there for a long time and nobody notices. Occasionally, but usually there's so many of these advantage players, someone will jump on it quickly. So because there's so many of these advantage players, now it's very rare for any recreational player to sit down in these machines in a good state. And it's very common for them to sit when it's in a horrible state because something's just been hit and then it's in the very bottom state at that point. So the casinos are looking now to do something about this. And the rumor is that MGM is now doing something. So think if you're a casino executive with MGM and you want to put a stop to this. And you want to put a stop to this through analysis, not so much by observing people and trying to get rid of these advantage players one by one as you see them vulturing. Let's say you want something a little smarter than that, kind of brute force method of just looking and kicking people. Well, it shouldn't be that hard, because all they have to do is analyze people's play. What slot machines are advantage players likely to play? Are they likely to just sit down on random machines and fire? No. These days, they're most likely to play the ones that go into the positive expectation state. In fact, that's probably all they're going to play. So they can crunch these numbers because they see what everybody's playing. And they can run a program on all of their information on everyone's play and say, okay, give me a report of everybody who plays these machines. And the ones that Vegas Pauly listed are some of them, but there's more than that. There's like 20-something machines that are most common for this. So take these 20-something machines, most of which are just very popular machines in general, which is killing them because then the recreational players are getting affected by this. So give me a report on these 20-something machines, and then filter out only those who play exclusively or almost exclusively on these machines. So anybody who plays like 90-something% of their slot play on these type of machines, give us those people. So, okay, they will have a list of those people. Now, at that point, they can't just ban everybody because there are people who just prefer certain types of machines. There are recreational players that just like those type of games. And as I said, most of them are very popular. So it's not even that shocking that you'll have recreational players who play a lot of Buffalo Ascension. So they can't just go by that. But then they can go from there and they can take a look at, okay, take these machines and then see who is doing much better than expected. Who's running way above the overall return of that machine. And they can make a list of those players. And then from there, they can look at, okay, well, who's doing better because they hit one big jackpot that was probably just lucky, and who seems to be consistently winning? Who seems to be doing way better than expected, even without hitting something that's an outlier that's really big? Well, when you have that list, you probably have a list of all advantage players. And then at that point, you can take action. So what is being alleged is that MGM is killing the offers and the Noir status of anybody who this describes. Basically, they ran the report the way I described it. So this is not my idea. I didn't come up with this. I was telling you what I heard they're doing. And then they are taking action against these people, but they're not banning them. They're just making things difficult for them. So what Pauly C. posted was this. And this was, I saw, it was on his phone. And it was a screenshot that was sent to him. So this wasn't something he received. This was something that was sent to his phone from somebody else. And it does look authentic to me. Not 100%, but I think it is authentic. And it's only a part of the email. So I'm going to read you what it says. You will no longer receive free play, tournaments, offers, or comps on slot play at any MGM Resorts properties. You may still qualify for comps based solely on your table play. We'll get to that shortly. HGS points earned can still be redeemed this December. Those are like holiday points that you can redeem for gifts in December. That's like the great gift wrap-up at Caesars. If you have qualified for the 2024 slot series finale in January 2025, you'll still be able to participate in that event. All events and tournaments you are currently booked for, except the slot series finale, will be canceled. That is canceled for you, not canceled entirely. All upcoming comp reservations will be canceled. That is, again, just for you, not for everybody. However, you will be welcome to rebook them at the casino rate. So basically saying any comp rooms you have booked from this point forward, we've just unbooked them. Now you can try to rebook. You're not banned. You can try to rebook, but you're not going to get in comp. You're going to have to get like a casino rate, which generally sucks. Finally, all local free play will be removed this month, and you will no longer receive any in the future. Now, local free play means in this particular market. So they're saying here that in this market, which is presumably Las Vegas, but maybe not, you will not have any more free play. It's just gone. Other markets, like let's say you got this in Vegas, but you're also wanting to play in Atlantic City or somewhere in the Southeast, that's not affected by this. That you may still keep your free play there. But they killed all the free play in this particular market. We understand that this may be disappointing news, but we appreciate your understanding. Should you have any questions or need assistance with your upcoming plans, feel free to contact us. Also, supposedly, they killed the Noir status of whoever had it that was in this spot. So anyone who got this email who also was Noir lost that as well. That's what I was told. I have not been told personally by anyone who was Noir that lost it, so I can't verify that, but I was told that supposedly about 200 people lost their Noir status on the first wave of this, with more to come, and that even more people lost their free play who weren't Noir, but lost their free play this way and lost their offers and comps. Now, what was this about the table play thing? It says you may still qualify for comps based solely on your table play. Well, so basically what they're saying here is anything that you've earned so far through your slot play is gone. And any free play that we've given you in this local market is gone. And any free play that you were expecting going forward, or comps or offers or anything from your previous slot play, you're not going to get. But if you want to play table games, blackjack, whatever, you're still welcome to do that. In fact, you can still play slots. You're just not going to earn anything from it. But you might get some comps if you want to stick to table games. So this is only aimed at slot or machine advantage players. They're basically saying table games are unaffected, but everything you've earned from the machines, it's gone. It's gone, and you're not going to earn it in the future. So this is what I call a semi-no offering. No offering means that you're not banned from the property, but you're not going to receive any offers anymore, any comps, any offers. So this is not a full no offering. It's a semi-no offering because they are taking away your offers for anything related to the machines, and they're killing all your free play in the local market, and they're canceling all your comp rooms booked, but you can earn comps in the future from table play only. So I do believe that screenshot is authentic. I can't prove it. It could have been made up, but I don't think it was. I think it's authentic. I think this is really happening. I have heard this is happening to a lot of people, and supposedly this is very fast too. It's not a matter anymore of they're going to catch on to this after a long time. That supposedly it's very fast and they jump on you very fast. So that is a problem if you were an advantage player. But you know what? It was bound to happen eventually because the data was always there to be analyzed. And I've said before on this show, and I've posted before on my Vegas Casino Talk forum, that I myself can think of ways that these casinos can easily identify advantage players and either get rid of them or make life very difficult for them to where it's going to be difficult for them to operate. But I never posted it or said it publicly because I don't want to help them. Like, yeah, I came up with ideas, but I don't want to do their job for them. I don't want to hurt the advantage players. So I am not going to ever put that out. Anything comes to my mind, I'm never going to put out for them to do. They can figure it out for themselves. But I did think of something along these lines back then, way before it actually happened. Because it's not that hard to think of. I'm not the only one in the world who could have thought of this. This wasn't that hard to think of, that they know all the machines you're playing, that these machines are very popular, that these machines definitely do go into positive expectation states, and there are a lot of advantage players who only play those machines. So why not just look at who's doing that and doing well, and then take action against them? It's not rocket science. So they finally decided they had enough, and not just for the reason of the scammy advantage players that trick people into leaving their machines, but even the more ethical ones that just sit down on machines in a good state, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. Even those they don't like because, again, it lowers the return for the average recreational player. So they decided they're unhappy with that. They decided it's messing with the return they're going for. And too many people are just getting clobbered and never coming back. They don't like it. Now, we're just talking about MGM here. Is it possible this might happen at Caesars or other casinos? Yes. This is not going to be just reduced to MGM. MGM is the one known to be doing it right now, but they tend to copy each other, these casinos, when it comes to measures taken against advantage players. So it wouldn't surprise me if this becomes widespread very fast. And if we're coming near the end of the era where advantage players can operate this easily. Some of this is the fault of those who are publishing this information. Because once this got put online, it was just too easy for people to learn and go do. Now, I will tell you, it's very tedious. It's not fun. It's not glamorous. This isn't a thing where you can just stroll into any casino of your choice with two hot chicks in your arm and say, hey, girls, watch me just crush the casino, and then walk over to a machine, see it in a big positive expectation state, put in a few $100, win thousands, and say, see, ladies, look at this. I just kill the casinos day and night, and then cash out and stroll out and have yourself a good time that night. It's not like that. It's a lot of work. It's very tedious. You got to walk around. You got to compete with other advantage players, and then, of course, risk getting thrown out if they decide that you're doing this too obnoxiously, even if you don't bother anyone, even if you don't try to get anyone off the machines, if you just look like you're pressing buttons on the machines and walking away, or you're standing behind someone as they're playing, whatever it is, if they notice you, they may go as far as even banning you. So it's something that's not something I enjoy doing, even though I've had the ability to do it for quite some time. Like, yeah, sure, if I walk by a machine that I know is like this, I'll kind of take a look, but I've never vultured like this. It's just something I don't do for a lot of reasons, even at a place I don't care about. I won't do it at all at places I care about getting banned from. But a place I don't care that much about, I will do it, but I'm not going to vulture. I'll just kind of stroll by and see what I see. But still, there's a lot of people who are doing this, at least partially, as a way to make a living, and it's going to get a lot harder. I'm not saying that the casinos owe people the ability to do this. They don't. And with any kind of casino advantage play scheme, even one that's completely legal and ethical, there comes a time when it's over. There comes a time where it's not lucrative anymore, or the casinos have caught up. It's a cat and mouse game between the advantage players and the casinos, and you have to accept that if you're going to be a casino advantage player. So it's just a matter of coming up with something new, or knowing someone who came up with something new and is willing to tell you. And these are not the only ways you can win with machines at casinos. But this was the most common way people were winning in recent years, and it was definitely the easiest thing to do. So you may want to keep this in mind if you are one of these vultures, even if you're like a recreational vulture where you do negative EV gambling, but you also are aware of these machines in a positive state, and you look for them, and when you walk by one of these, you scroll through all the different denominations and see what state they're in, and then you play them only when they're in a good state, and then quit when they're not. I mean, that's all well and good, and I've done that myself, but I'm just telling you, if you do this a lot, then it's very possible you're going to get that email from MGM, or even from another casino, and it may even be worse. It could even be that you're banned, or just completely no offered. So just keep that in mind, that the hammer is starting to fall with this stuff. And this has not been publicized well. Vegas Paulie put it out, and some people took notice because he has a pretty good following, but for the most part, this isn't very well known. But once again, if you are not someone who does this, even if you do like those machines, if you're not someone who goes out of your way to do this, then you're really not risking anything. And if you're like me, who does it once in a while, but you're not really putting very much volume in, then you're really not in danger of this either. I'm talking about the people who really play a lot and do this a lot, and basically do this at the exclusion of most other things machine-wise. Those are the ones who are going to find themselves on the wrong end of this. So it's unfortunate, and I've stated before my position on casino advantage players in general. Now, I will disclose, I am friends with a lot of casino advantage players, and I like that community, and I relate to them, and, so I'm biased a little bit here, I'll admit this, but in general, I think it's not only fine, I think it's good. I think it's great. If you're smart enough to beat the casinos at their own game, and you're doing it legally and you're not cheating them, you're just taking what they offer and finding ways to beat them. I think that's great. I think that is what the casinos deserve, because the casinos pull a lot of different tricks to get people to lose all their money. Casinos are not straightforward with everybody. Casinos have a lot of different tactics to separate you from your cash. Even simple things like there's no windows in most casinos, so you can't tell how much time is passing, or that it's become dark or become light outside, because they don't want you to see that. They don't want you to notice the passage of time. These are all various tricks. There's psychological tricks like that, and then there's tricks that are not psychological, like them degrading pay tables and not telling you. Changing rules in blackjack and not letting you know how much worse it is for you, or seeing what they can get away with regarding that. These are all ways for them to separate you from more money. There's a lot of different little things they try. So when the players turn the tables on them and find legal ways to beat the casinos at their own game, that's great. That's part of the gamble the casino takes on. They can offer whatever games they want, at least within the guidelines of whatever the state allows them to do. But the players then can play these games in the ways they want. Yes, the casinos can ban people, but there's nothing unethical about looking at what the casino is offering and how they offer it and finding a way to turn it to where it's positive expectation for you. There's nothing wrong with that. You should never look down on those people. And in fact, you should strive to do some form of this yourself and not just hand the casinos your money. It's easiest to just hand the casinos your money. And if you're playing at low stakes or something, then whatever. If you're just a low stakes gambler who just likes to do it pass the time or just to have a little fun, you don't have to obsess over being positive expectation. Even I will sometimes play some low stakes, negative expectation table games and not obsess over my EV. But I would not put money, any kind of serious money or even kind of mid-grade money, into anything negative EV at a casino. Which is like, I feel like I'm just wasting my money. So it's too bad, but it's one of these things that's part of the game. It's part of the whole situation with advantage players versus casinos. Just wanted everyone to be aware of that. If you got any questions, you can always text me, 775-372-8355. Now I'm going to put on Go Buccos, who's having an issue reaching me for some reason. That's not good.
Hello, Druff. How are you?
Hi. Thank you for calling in. So I assume you heard what I had to say with this whole thing, but I know you wanted to...
I heard most of it.
Okay.
I think I came on about halfway through. So if I repeat anything you've already said, just let me know.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead. So what do you like to say?
But I want to... there's some background here with MGM. This is not their first attempt to ban slot advantage players. Back in the late 2010s, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, they tried literally banning them, like going up to them in the casino, and I'm this is specific to Vegas, not MGM properties elsewhere, and just said, you're out of here, you can't come in here and play anymore. There were so many people doing this that they literally couldn't keep up. So finally, they just gave up on it. That was their first attempt at this sort of thing. So I get what they're doing right now, and I think from their perspective, it's smart, because who they're targeting, they're not, and I have to explain the difference here real quick between short cycle and long cycle plays. A short cycle play would be like an Ocean Magic, where there's a wild bubble left on the screen. You go up and you spin it twice, and that's it. The advantage is gone after that point. These are not the people that they're targeting, because these people are not going to accumulate enough coin in to get any offers anyway. They're mostly targeting the people that play the big must-hit buys, the $5,000, the $10,000, the $50,000 must-hit buys.
The must-hits he's talking about are the type of machines that have a certain jackpot that when it gets to a certain number, it goes up every time someone spins and doesn't hit it. It goes up, 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 but it's promised to hit at a certain point. So like a must-hit 5,000 means that the jackpot will never pass 5,000. So once it gets to 5,000, it's a guaranteed hit at that point. So players like this because they think, oh, cool, well, I'm going to keep spinning it. At some point, I'm going to hit it. But what they don't realize is that it's disproportionately programmed to hit very close to the end. So when it's a must-hit 5,000 and the jackpot's sitting at 4,200, your chance to hit is almost zero. And the advantage players know not only not to sit then because it's not positive expectation, but it's your chance of hitting is just about zero, so they wait till near the end. So there's a certain number for each of these must-hits where it's considered positive expectation, and that's when they sit down. So what Buccos is saying here is that this is who they're targeting here, because like ones like Ocean Magic where you have two spins and it's out of positive, these people are going to hardly accumulate any play anyway. It's when they're going to sit at a machine like a must hit, or ones with these like a mini major mega jackpots that accumulate, where if the number is high enough, it's a positive play, and they'll spin a lot until they hit it. That's what he's saying. I mean, sorry, go on.
Right. And to expand on that, a lot of these people, they may even take it at a break-even or a slightly negative number, knowing that the mailers are the EV. They just hope to break even on the machine. If they break even on the machine, that's great. The mail is the profit.
Yeah, he's referring to the offers people will get, like the free play and things like that.
Right. Right. Those are the people that they're targeting, and these people, these people often work in teams. Teams of several people who pool their bankroll, and they're very, very well bankrolled, and they can take the losses on these machines because they're getting such good mail that lasts for many, many months, and in some cases, one play might be worth mid-5 figures in mailers.
Yes,
they can get enough coin in on it. So who they're targeting are the really high level slot APs. They're not really going after the vultures that play Magic of the Nile or even Regal Riches. Like you really can't even get enough coin in on that either. My point is, this is not MGM's first attempt at this.
Yeah, and by the way, this is easier for them to deal with because they don't have to physically ban people there and catch them in the process of doing it. They can just crunch the numbers. And, yeah, as he's saying here, those that put a lot of coin in here and just seem to be defying the math regarding what their expected win-loss is, and it's not coming from some disproportionately large hit, that's a very, very, very strong indicator that this is an upper stakes advantage player.
Right. But there's one thing that I don't understand about this, and that is why MGM is telling them that they're cutting them off. If I were MGM, I would just cut them off. I wouldn't tell them. Let them go in there and play if they want to, and then just not get the mail.
This might be just to prevent, I know what you're saying, this might just be to prevent them from going to the Players Club and saying, hey, is there a problem? Is there an issue? And then starting to ask questions and creating these uncomfortable conversations to just kind of quietly make them go away.
Right. Yeah, I suppose, but I mean, all I can tell you is if I were in charge of this venture, I wouldn't have told anybody. I would have just cut them off without telling them. That's just me. That's how I would have handled it. But I assume they have a reason for doing what they're doing, and that's fine. But I will say I'm a part-time slot AP. I am not at these levels where I'm playing these 10Ks and things like that. But all my friends know I do it. And a question that they ask me is, so we know casinos ban card counters, right? So why don't the casinos ban slot APs too? And the analogy that I use with them is that slot APs are more akin to poker APs or professional poker players in that they're not taking money directly from the casino. They're taking money from the other players who leave these machines in these playable states. The casino is going to still make the same amount of money off that slot machine.
Yeah.
Because if I don't walk up and spin it when it's in a positive state, someone else will.
Yeah, well, in the short term, that's true. It's just I think that their issue is that this puts the recreational players with a much lesser return than it was intended, and then they're afraid these people won't come back.
No, I agree, and that's why they're doing this. But that's more of an indirect consequence. But me going up to an Ocean Magic and spinning it twice is not really costing a civilian any money. Maybe a few bucks.
Yeah, well,
okay, but the casino, the return to the casino on that machine is going to be exactly the same.
With the play itself, you're correct that the machine's going to operate the way it's going to operate. Doesn't matter who's the one spinning. It's just a matter of who's there for the good times, who's there for the bad times, and obviously the concern is just who's going to drive away, and secondarily if people get harassed when they're at a machine in a good state, and they're just kind of tired of all this. And
that's a whole other issue, and those people are called creators.
Yeah,
people who will but I guess my point is the analogy I use to non-gambling friends is it's like a poker player who. A civilian that will leave a machine in a positive state is akin to a poker player who stands up and walks away from a table right after two huge fish sit down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that is a good analogy.
All of a sudden, the game gets good, and they get up and leave.
Yeah,
that's sort of the analogy that I use when I try to explain this to non-gambling friends.
Yeah, that's actually a good example. Yeah.
Well, it's it's bound to happen eventually. But I will say that I have had no issues whatsoever with any kind of countermeasures outside of Las Vegas. This may be MGM wide, but I mean, MGM is mostly concentrated in Vegas. Yeah, they have a couple properties in Mississippi and, a property in Maryland and maybe a couple others I'm unaware of. But, and, it sounds, when they say local free play, it sounds like it's happening there too. But this is mostly a Vegas thing, and I don't hang out in Vegas. I avoid Vegas like the plague, and I'm wondering if another factor going into this is that the competition there is so intense that there's maybe we're starting to maybe see some bad behavior on the casino floor that goes beyond just making people uncomfortable, like APs fighting each other over plays and that kind of thing. Now, I haven't heard of anything like that specifically, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's happening. And I'll give you an example. Back last spring, I was in Vegas for a family wedding. A family member of mine was getting married, and we wound up posting up at a bar at a Caesars property. And in sight of this bar was a bank of Regal Riches machines, which is one of the most popularly played machines among slot APs. And I said, okay, I'm going to watch this bank and see how many hustlers check it in a certain amount of time. Well, we were there for 45 minutes, and I timed it. It was exactly 45 minutes. How many AP slot hustlers do you think checked that machine in that 45-minute stretch?
Oh, I would say
you had to guess.
Like 8?
14. Now it was 12 different individuals because one guy checked it 3 times. Okay, but that's once every 3 minutes. How many civilians do you think played that bank in that time frame?
Probably like 2.
Yes, exactly. It was 2.
Pretty good.
And one left to play worth about $5. And the 10th guy that walked up got that play. But I mean, I don't know how these people are making any money.
Yeah, I wonder that too. I wonder that too. If there's that much competition, how much are they making? How is it worth their time?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, these people, they're just insistent on it. But again, I'm wondering if it's gotten to so bad of a level that there's open fighting for plays on the floor, which obviously would turn off casino staff, and I understand that completely. But it's just it's a market. It's like any other market. There's a finite amount of EV available, and the more people you have fighting for that EV, the less there is to go around. And desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. But I cannot imagine being a slot AP in Vegas right now. I just can't. So that's all I have to say. I'll hang up and listen to the rest. And thank you as always, Druff.
Yeah, thank you for your input there. And if you ever do come to Vegas, let me know if it's time I'm there. I'd like to meet you at some point. We haven't met yet.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Talk to you later.
Goodbye.
Bye. Go Buccos always make good phone calls here. And he speaks clearly and always good calls, always good information. Sharp guy. So he wanted to contribute to this, and we had a little phone problem, but we got him through. Okay, well, I'm going to move on, and I'm going to give you an update on a previous story that we have covered here extensively. And that's about Clark County official, shall I say, former Clark County official, Robert Tellez, who was accused of murder, and not just any murder of a Las Vegas Review-Journal writer who reported negatively on him. So he actually killed a journalist for writing a negative story about his work with the county, which is pretty amazing. So let me give you the update on this. But before I do, I'm going to tell you about the story itself and remind you of what happened. Okay, so Robert Tellez was the director of the Clark County Public Administrator's Office, and that is an elected position. So every so often there's an election, and if you're the current director, you run for re-election, and if you lose, you're out of the job. It's not a ton of job security. The Public Administrator's Office handles estates where people die and it's not clear where their assets need to go. So the public administrator's office, they have to find the next of kin and let them know that their relative has passed, and then get them to come over and receive the assets or handle the physical property of the deceased, etc., etc. Unfortunately, as I stated before when I covered this story, the public administrator's office is often corrupt in the various counties around the country. I know this because I dealt with one in LA County. And yes, it was corrupt. There's actually corruption there and also at the coroner's office. And they kind of worked together to do some very corrupt things for their own benefit. And I know this as I was helping somebody else with an issue they were having with them, and I couldn't believe what I found. And I helped the person that I was assisting navigate through the whole thing, and they didn't get screwed at all, but at the same time, the office continued to operate that way, nor did I even attempt to interfere with it or blow the whistle or anything. I just was trying to help somebody else out who was having a problem with them. But there was definite, real corruption in these offices. The corruption that I witnessed, by the way, and this is in LA, not in Vegas, so nothing to do with this story, but I witnessed that they were steering contracts over to preferred companies. And you may wonder what contracts. Well, picture you have a relative that dies, and then it creates a toxic situation where their body decomposes in a place they're renting, or even a place that they own, but their body decomposes. And this is actually dangerous to just leave there. It needs a very professional cleaning job with companies that know how to clean up decomposing bodies. So it's not just a matter of getting the body out of there. It's just the body will start to leak and do other things that would make it dangerous for the next person to come live there. So this has to be cleaned up. And these services tend to be very expensive. And the public administrator's office in Los Angeles was steering this work to specific companies who then would pressure you to put it through your insurance to where they'd charge even more. And if you pushed back on this, they made it very difficult for you. And I had someone who was seeking my help on this because they couldn't believe how much this was going to cost them. And that's when I uncovered all the corruption. And I was able to get them over to a company that wasn't corrupt and wasn't in bed with the public administrator's office in LA. And they were able to get this done for a much cheaper rate. So that was my dealing with that type of office in LA. This is more than 10 years ago, but I'm sure it's still happening today. And in Las Vegas, there was also alleged corruption there, except I think it was a different type of corruption. And that was overtime corruption. That it looks like there, people were intentionally slow working these cases so they could just build up a lot of overtime at taxpayer expense. So Robert Tellez started working there after he won an election. And the only good thing I can say about him is that he wanted to clean up that type of corruption. Now, by the way, he's accused of some other types of corruption too, so I wouldn't even say from that standpoint he was a good guy, even putting aside the murder. But he did want to put an end to the overtime corruption. It was really frustrating him to see that all his employees were goofing off. And the other employees aren't elected, so these are just longtime employees in the office, and he takes over as the boss once he wins the election. So he was very unhappy to see the employees goofing off, talking to each other all day, not getting anything done, and then putting in for overtime and getting paid all kinds of extra money for this, quote, overtime to do the work they should have completed during the regular hours when they're just intentionally working very slowly. So he became a hard ass and started making all of these rules about how much people can talk to each other, how much time they can spend by the water cooler, how much work they have to get done in a certain amount of time, and then he started putting these penalties on for not doing so. So he became like a hard-ass boss, and he also wasn't polite about it. He was just very rude and nasty with these people. And I'm not saying I feel bad for them, because they were basically scamming the taxpayers by slow working and collecting overtime, plus they were screwing the people whose relatives died, that they weren't getting their cases worked on for months sometimes because they purposely created this backlog to justify the overtime. So I don't have a lot of sympathy for these employees that were not treated well by him, because they had their own issues. But anyway, he was doing that, and he was making a lot of enemies there. In addition, there was one woman he worked with that he really got to like, and he started an affair with her. She was married, and he was married, but he would go at lunch and have sex with her in his car, or her car, one of the cars. They would drive off somewhere and have sex in the parking lot or a parking structure, and he was treating her very well, of course, and then it went to her head, and she started treating everyone else in the office lousy. She started bossing around everyone else in the office, feeling untouchable, which she was. So that got them even angrier. So you had very angry people in that office, and they wanted to get him out in some way. And when they realized about the affair, they said, oh, this is perfect. So when the 2022 re-election bid was coming up, where he was trying to get reelected to the public administrator's office, they went to a Las Vegas Review reporter named Jeff German. It's spelled like German, but it's actually pronounced German, German. And he's a very long-time reporter, going back to the 80s, who was never afraid to report on a lot of things that would scare other journalists. Like, he was right there during the worst mob days of the 80s in Vegas, and he didn't give a crap. He reported on everything he saw. He was never afraid of pissing off the mob, wasn't afraid of pissing off other Vegas criminal organizations. He just reported what he saw, and nothing ever happened to him. He was threatened. Nothing happened to him. So he wasn't worried about exposing Robert Tellez and his affair. That seemed very minor compared to exposing the mob in the 80s. And he went there to the office, and at first Robert Tellez received him well and tried to kiss his ass and tried to make it seem like everything's fine, because there are basically two kinds of allegations against Robert Tellez. One was that he was just a terrible boss and abusive and toxic, which that part I don't really agree with, because he was forcing people to do their work, which they weren't before, and making the overtime much tougher, which was right. And the second thing was that he was having an affair with a worker who was then abusing people herself, which that obviously wasn't good, and that probably really was happening. In fact, the affair was definitely happening. So anyway, he came over to the office. Robert Tellez showed him around. There's even a picture of them laughing together. So I bet they weren't picturing when they were laughing together that one was going to be murdering the other. But that is what ended up happening, because Jeff German, who's a very good reporter, he followed the leads, and there was evidence provided to him, including a video of Robert Tellez having the affair with this woman in his office, with her getting out of the backseat of a car during lunchtime in a parking structure and straightening her skirt, which had been hiked up. And it was very clear what was going on in there. And so he was writing articles about what was going on in that office, quoting people in that office who hated Tellez and saying that he was a terrible boss and that he was having an affair and that woman was abusing people. Anyway, it had an effect, and he ended up losing that election. And then he pretty much became the lame duck director of the public administrator's office, knowing that come January of 2023, he was going to be out of a job. And the person taking over was someone who was already in that office that was going to probably put things back to the way it was before with all the overtime and shit. Anyway, he started flipping out. He was getting angrier and angrier as it was approaching the election. Started sending crazier and crazier messages to Jeff German. And Jeff German was not intimidated or afraid, because he'd been through a lot worse. He had the mob threatening him in the 80s, and he survived. So he wasn't worried about some idiot, like, low-grade attorney who was now running a Clark County office. He wasn't scared of this guy. But he probably should have been, because eventually, after losing the election, he just flipped out. He just completely flipped out. And he started first just writing these crazy rants on his website, Robert Tellez. And then he decided he's just going to murder Jeff German, who he blamed for the loss here. So he came up with a stupid plan, bought this very dumb costume where he wore a giant straw hat and this weird, like, bright orange jacket, and went over to Jeff German's house. And I don't know if he knocked on the door or just found him coming out at some point or whatever it was, but he walked over there and stabbed him to death and just left him on the ground outside the house and left. But it was very sloppy. He drove his own vehicle over there. He didn't park very far. He parked like down the street. He thought, well, as long as I don't park in front of the house, I don't have to worry about cameras. Well, yeah, but he parked down the street, so it wasn't very hard for the police to see his vehicle there. He didn't completely dispose of the costume. He cut up the hat but didn't throw it away. And the shoes he wore over there, he kept. So they found the shoes that he wore matched the footprints of the shoes of the person who walked up and committed the murder, and also were seen on video. So there's a lot of evidence against him. Also, Tellez's DNA was on Gurman when he was found dead. So a mountain of evidence existed against Tellez there. It was not a well-planned crime, even though the consequence of getting caught was going to be very, very severe, given that it was murder. So this was a big story in Vegas, as you might imagine. This was in September of 2022. Interestingly, this actually took on some national significance, especially because the 2022 midterm elections were coming up in 2 months. And I even saw some right-wing outlets were referring to Robert Tellez as the Democratic leader of the Clark County office or whatever. They tried to play up the political part of it, but this isn't a partisan race, the public administrator's office. It's a nonpartisan race. So yes, Tellez was a Democrat, but politics really had nothing to do with this. Basically, Tellez was the guy who won the previous election. He made a lot of enemies within the office, some for good reason, some for not so good reasons, had an affair with a girl in the office, and then his enemies there found a journalist to report on the stuff he was doing wrong. He lost an election, and he was flipped out and killed him. That's basically what happened. Really, politics didn't get into this, but it made it more of a national story because an election was coming up. So what has happened since? Because it was over 2 years ago. Obviously, there was a murder trial here, and he was arrested and charged with murder. He'd been acting erratically throughout the process of his trial. At one point, he was even going to represent himself. He fired his attorneys and was going to represent himself and was rambling in court. So not only did it look like the police had the goods against him, he also wasn't acting in a sane and stable fashion. So it looked like he had very little chance to get out of this. Ultimately, he did end up with 2 good attorneys. I guess he dropped the whole thing with defending himself. But it didn't matter, and Robert Tellez was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Jeff Gurman, and that is our update for you. So the jury returned the verdict in late August 2024, almost 2 years after he committed the crime. Robert Tellez, who's 47 years old currently, was sentenced to life in prison. However, he is eligible for parole after 20 years, so he may actually be able to have freedom again. That doesn't mean he will get parole, but he might get parole when he is 67, or maybe even less, probably less than 67, probably 65, because I assume he'll get 2 years time served because he has been in jail while waiting for this to be adjudicated. So it's probably 18 years before he's eligible for parole from now. He did face the possibility of prison without parole for life, and also had the possibility of 20 to 50 years in prison. So he got the middle one. So he got convicted and sentenced. He did plead not guilty, so that's why there was an actual trial. The jurors deliberated for 12 hours before coming back with the guilty verdict. I'm surprised it took that long. I mean, it seems open and shut that he did it. He also did not provide much of a defense at all. All he said when he testified was that, "I'm not the kind of person who would stab someone. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman, and that's my testimony." He did also say, that wasn't his entire testimony, he did also say that he was being victimized by a political and social old guard real estate network for trying to fight the corruption that he found happening in his office. Which obviously isn't true. He was not framed here. He definitely did it, but I guess the jury had to look into this and see what was going on. Now, why was he talking about real estate? Like, what does real estate have to do with this? Well, apparently he was also under investigation since 2020. And remember, he committed this crime in 2022 for a house flipping scheme where he was alleged to have arranged for houses of the deceased to be sold cheaply to someone associated with him, and then the houses would be flipped for market value and he would get a cut. This probably was a situation where they couldn't find a next of kin, and then the state would go to the government, and then what he would do is arrange it to for the government to then sell it cheaply to someone that he knew, and then he would quickly have it resold, and he'd get a piece of the profit, rather than the government just putting it up for sale at fair market value. That's what I believe was being alleged that he was doing from 2020 through 2022. So this wasn't a guy who was like super anti-corruption and just was a jerk, but was trying to do the right thing, and then ended up having an affair, and they used that against him, and he lost the election, and then he flipped out and killed the reporter. I mean, that's bad enough, but it looks like this guy was corrupt himself. Prior to learning this about the house flipping scheme, I actually at least had a little respect for him in the way he ran the office, because having dealt with a corrupt public administrator's office myself, I thought, yeah, this is nice that someone tried to clean it up, even if he turned out to be a psycho and murdered a journalist. So that part's awful. But I'm saying at least he started off with good intentions. But apparently he didn't, because it was kind of a thing where he wanted nobody else to be corrupt except him. So he's like, no, you're not going to get free overtime on the taxpayer dime. But, instead of the government selling these houses that they get through these estates where they can't find any next of kin, well, I guess I can get a little piece of that. So he wanted to enrich himself, but he didn't want to let his employees enrich themselves with unjustified overtime. So you can't be that way. All the murder aside, you can't be that way. If you're going to try to clean up an office of corruption, you can't be corrupt yourself. But it looks like he was. So it looks like just all around the guy was a shitty person. It wasn't even like someone trying to do right that just went off the rails and then ended up going psycho and killing someone. This was someone who was just a piece of shit the whole way. That even his cleaning up of corruption seems to be more of a power move than really wanting the corruption cleaned up, which is what I thought at first. I thought that he just really was disgusted by the corruption and then just kind of couldn't handle the ensuing controversy and felt that everyone was out to get him when he was trying to do the right thing. Which maybe in his mind is what he told himself, but you can't complain about corruption in the office when you're doing this house flipping shit. Flipping houses is fine, but not in this way. That was outright fraud. So anyway, he was claiming that the real estate industry was out to get him. He didn't really explain like why this was okay, what he was doing there. But that's where the real estate stuff comes in. So he was basically saying they killed Jeff German because they were jealous of him that he was bypassing them to make money in real estate, which of course is insane. So they killed Jeff German and somehow framed him. And I don't know how the straw hat would have gotten into his house, or how his vehicle would have been seen right down the street, or how his devices were found with all kinds of searches related to where Jeff German lives and pictures of his house. They found all this shit on Robert Tellez's devices too. I mean, the guy was guilty of sin. There was so many different ways he was guilty. Jessica Coleman, who I hadn't heard of before until I read an article after Tellez's conviction, was someone who actually worked for Tellez and said that not only were employees forbidden to talk to each other, and that was presumably to stop the goofing off, but also he allegedly made sexual advances to several women and imposed punitive restrictions on those who resisted. So Jessica Coleman was one who resisted, she said, and she said that Tellez told her she would die alone and no one would find her for a long time. So he wasn't saying like, hey, you're resisting my advances, well, no guy's going to want you, you're going to die alone. That's not what he said. That's bad enough to say at work. But he was basically saying that he's going to kill her and nobody would find her. So people wouldn't even know she was dead. So she said that she became so frightened that she actually considered killing herself anyway. She was thinking he's going to just kill her, so she might as well kill herself in the office and bring attention to everything going on there. She said she contemplated hanging herself in the office to force the county to mount an investigation because she felt she was being ignored before. And Jessica Coleman sobbed as she left the courtroom after Tellez was pronounced guilty. She said, finally, through tears, finally the system's working. So I believe this. I don't know if she was one of the people who was doing this bullshit overtime, so she may not have been completely innocent, but do I believe he was probably making sexual advances to the women there and punishing them in some way for saying no? Yeah. Do I think he made this threat? Yeah. I think this guy was loving the power he had there. I think cleaning up the corruption was really just a power move, not just big. Like he wasn't cleaning corruption for the sake of cleaning it. He was cleaning it because he felt like this was something he could use against people. Maybe especially the women that he wanted to sleep with there. I wonder if the one who had the affair with him, if she did it initially willingly, or if she just did it to get on his good side. But I'm not defending her either, because then she was abusive to the other people in the office. She's like, oh, sweet, I have the power now. He will be in prison at least through the year 2042, and then maybe he'll get paroled at the age of 65, which I have to imagine he'll live till 65. He's doesn't have any known health problems from what I can tell. He's not overweight. He's not that large. So the people who die early the most often tend to be men who are tall and large, which isn't good news for me. But that tends to be most often those who die early. Also, people with hereditary defects, they often will die early. That's even much worse than just being a tall and large man, is if you have some kind of hereditary defect that is life-threatening, like a hereditary heart problem or a hereditary issue where you're prone to cancer at a young age and things like that. So I don't have that in my family, fortunately. But I mean, some people didn't live that long in my family, but I don't have any like known hereditary problems, so that's good. At least nothing that's life-threatening. But anyway, I have to guess that Robert Tellez will probably live till 65, and whether they parole him or not, I don't know. I think he should have gotten a life sentence. I don't see why he should be able to get out. That's a pretty damn bad murder to kill a journalist who's reporting on things from your county office. That's a form of intimidation of the press, especially about a public job. This isn't even a report about a private company. This is a report about a public job that's funded by taxpayers, that's for the taxpayers. And he's reporting on problems that were found in that office, and then Gurman killed him. So it wasn't just a murder. It was a murder to silence a journalist. That should be minimum life in prison. You might wonder, how often does this happen? How often does a journalist get murdered as a result of their work? Gurman was the only journalist killed in the U.S. in 2022. And since 1992, there have only been 17 journalists that were killed in the process of doing their work. I'm not talking about ones that were murdered unrelated to their work, like by a spouse or a girlfriend or boyfriend. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about where they were killed as a result of their work. Only 17 have been killed in the U.S. in the past 32 years. So this was one of them. And he was the only one in 2022 to be murdered in that way. So it's actually less common than you would think. You'd think there'd be a lot of like bitter criminals out there that get exposed. But it just isn't that common for them to go as far as murder, because most people are just not capable of committing murder in that circumstance. Either they can't bring themselves to, or they are afraid of the consequences. But Robert Tellez was not. But very weird. You had a guy that was taking on the mob in the 80s, wasn't afraid to report anything, dealt with tons of death threats from very scary people, and never had anything happen to him. And of all things, a Clark County Public Administrator's Office head, who is also an attorney, is the one who murdered him. You just never know. Before I go on, I just want to let everybody know there is a channel that makes fun of Christopher Mitchell. It's done by one of the Poker Fraud Alert members. I know who it is, but he doesn't want it made public, so I won't say who it is. But anyway, he does a good job. He calls himself Christopher the Clown. And they're funny videos. I play them when I'm doing the live show. I need to take a break. These do not appear in the archives because I cut them out in editing, but you may want to check out the channel. It's called Crustaford, Krustaford, not clowning around. Exactly as it sounds. Crustaford, not clowning around. Just enter that in YouTube. You will find it. Give it a subscribe. Watch the videos. He actually dresses up in a clown suit, and he makes fun of Christopher Mitchell. And they're pretty amusing videos, and they're getting better and better over time. Just need some more subscribers, more views. So I figured I'd put it out on this show and get him some views there. An older guy, too. Older than me. You'll be able to see when you watch him. But he does a good job with these videos. And I've been playing them a lot in these little breaks that I do that don't appear in the archives. Moving on, want to hit what happened to Hustler Casino Live and their YouTube channel. And this was actually a pretty big thing, even though it ended up getting resolved. But Hustler Casino Live mainly gets its viewership through YouTube. And without YouTube, it's not that they'd be inaccessible, but that most people watching them would not find them. So not having YouTube is a killer. They're also on Twitch, but they get a much bigger audience on YouTube, both live and pre-recorded. So every show they do appears live on YouTube, and then it's also available to be watched later. So this is what Hustler Casino Live tweeted on September 16th. Important announcement. We'll be streaming on Twitch this week, not YouTube. We had an issue with our YouTube channel where we're suspended for a week. We did nothing wrong, and we can't get in touch with anyone. Join us this week on Twitch. Now, keep in mind, the suspension didn't mean you couldn't access their channel. As a viewer, you could go watch anything on their channel that they've previously done. They just were not able to post any new content or do any live shows for a week. Ryan Feldman, who's one of the two owners of Hustler Casino Live, then posted, "If anyone can get me on the phone with someone at YouTube who makes decisions and give us actual info, I'll send you $1,000. If they're able to help us, I'll give you $3,000. And then he tweeted at YouTube creators, at YouTube Gaming. We're having major issues with our Hustler Casino Live YouTube account. Then Team YouTube responded and wrote, "Here to help. Can you share more context of your concern so we can point you in the right direction?" Now keep in mind, Team YouTube is sometimes bots, sometimes humans. It's more often bots. So you may think you're talking to a human at Team YouTube on Twitter, but you're usually not. It's usually an AI. Ryan Feldman said back, "I've already been through this." He says this back to Team YouTube. "We had a DM about this already. Sending me a link to an article doesn't help. We need a real person on the phone who can give us real answers." Okay, so let me tell you, Mr. Feldman, you're not going to get someone on the phone. It's not going to happen. At best, you're going to get someone responding to you who is a human, who will then help you. I can tell you from my interactions with YouTube, when I've spoken to a human, they've resolved the problem. When I've spoken to the AI, I just get run around in circles. And you can't just say, "Hey, give me a human." It doesn't work that way. You will sometimes get a human. You will sometimes not get a human. I actually have a way to tell when it's a human and when it's not a human. It's not 100%, but pretty strong. But I don't want to say it out here. If you really want to know, you can text me at 775-372-8355. But I have a way I think I can tell. You're usually talking to an AI. So that's why Ryan was being led around in circles and was going crazy. Poker News did an article about this. In the article, Ryan explained that the suspension was related to advertisers on the show, presumably gambling advertisers, because that's, of course, who would be advertising on Hustler Casino Live. Jeff Dime, a forum member and radio listener who takes an interest in matters like these, posted that he thought a competitor or an enemy of Hustler Casino Live did some kind of targeted reporting campaign against that channel. Jeff wrote, in the absence of a mass flagging campaign, this would probably be a targeted hit by someone who has a connection at Google and animus towards Hustler Casino Live. Easy to destroy a channel that promotes gambling websites. That's how they got rid of Steve Will Do It, which was a popular gambling-related site on Twitter, or channel on Twitter. I doubt the bots picked this up. So basically what Jeff was saying is that he thinks this was either a mass reporting campaign by someone who had a problem with them that either got bots to mass report or just got a lot of friends to do it, or somebody who has a connection at Google who owns YouTube that was able to get it taken down or at least suspended, and that whoever did it probably was successful because of the gambling content on there, and YouTube is always touchy about that. He says he doesn't think that the bots that just scan YouTube just found something and suspended Hustler on its own. And Jeff has no proof of this, but I agree with him. I think that's very likely one of those things happened. They had 360,000 followers on YouTube at the time this happened. So that's a pretty big deal. So Jeff then posted on the thread about this on the Poker Fraud Alert forum, and he said, I remember when YouTube was striking a bunch of poker vloggers at once, not for the gambling content, but for the advertising of non-regulated gambling sites. The big names pretty much were all able to save their channels. Even Jeff Boski was able to get enough support to bring his channel back. Now, before the vloggers were struck, the more mainstream slot and gambling channels were under attack. At that time, it was made clear that they would remain as long as no unregulated gambling websites were advertised or linked in the video's description. You really have to stick with the big regulated players like FanDuel, DraftKings, etc. to not put your channel at risk. Of course, YouTube's enforcement is completely random, but Hustler has promoted gray area stuff like WPT Global and other betting sites that YouTube can easily call unregulated in the US and therefore in violation. I do think an enemy with connections did realize they could get Hustler Casino Live in a world of hurt and exercise their power. The problem is their whole catalog on YouTube is a liability. Old videos can be struck just like new ones. So Hustler is in real peril of losing their channel here. I would delete the entire catalog now and not chance whoever made this call will be happy with them just serving a week suspension. Well, that was a good theory, but it may not be true. Because they did get back. Now, I don't know if it's just from the time passing, because they returned, I believe, a week later, and the suspension was a week. But they did not remove the old videos. They did remove what they called the Thirsty Thursday stream, so maybe that was the particular video that was the problem. And Jeff noticed that there was a Clubs Poker that was being advertised and thought that maybe Clubs Poker was the issue. He then noticed that, yes, it was the Thirsty Thursday video from September 12th that was removed, but he can't figure out exactly what it was that was the problem. However, another user on the forum said that there was no longer an advertisement for WPT Global or for Clubs Poker. So that made it look like that was the problem. So I'm wondering if they dropped those two sponsors. It had to be something like that. That it was not the content of Hustler Casino Live itself, but whatever things they were promoting. And yeah, it very well may have been someone reporting them, either just through the standard report function, or someone getting a lot of people to report at once, or getting bots to report that were seen as multiple people, or just someone who was able to reach someone at YouTube or Google. Not even someone necessarily with pull, but sometimes you can just get lucky and reach a human and spin them up into a panic, or at least enough concern to do something. So if you get someone at YouTube, a real human, and say, oh my God, look, there's illegal websites for gambling being advertised on Hustler Casino Live, look at this, and then show them some flimsy evidence of this, and then they take a look and go, oh yeah, okay, we'll suspend it. So it could have been something like that. Hustler Casino Live does have a lot of enemies. Most notably, their competition they have with the former Live at the Bike. So that company still exists in different forms, it's not at the Bike anymore. And so it could have been someone there, could have been a former person on the show who's not welcome there anymore, could be just someone who doesn't like Nick Vertucci or Ryan Feldman. There are a lot of people who just don't like Hustler Casino Live or its owners. In fact, on Twitter, I will sometimes have people trying to get me to bash Hustler Casino Live at any opportunity. So like a former player on there does something shady or commits some crime, and then they say, oh, this is a former person on Hustler Casino Live, and they're hoping I'm going to go bash Hustler Casino Live for this. And I go, no, they can't vet everybody on the show. That's not a fair thing to say about them. So I do notice there's a lot of times and a lot of different people who have tried to get me to like really go after Hustler Casino Live because they hate them. And I'll tell you, I don't really have an opinion that's good or bad of Hustler Casino Live. It's just there, like it's successful. But I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think they've done everything perfectly. I've criticized them when I felt they deserved criticism. I have defended them when I felt they need to be defended. So I'm not out to get them in any way, and I'm sure you can tell that from my coverage of them. And I haven't kissed their ass either. I haven't been afraid to say anything that's critical of them. But I do think there's a lot of people that are just looking to bash them or looking to see bad things happen to them or looking to see something like their YouTube channel being removed. So I could easily see someone making this effort rather than it just being the YouTube bot catching something it didn't like. It could have been the bot, but I am with Jeff that I don't think that's what happened. But they got it resolved either in some way that they either just let the suspension end a week later and then removed the advertiser that was causing the problem, or they got a hold of somebody there and convinced them it was okay. But it has been noticed that the YouTube video from September 12th, that Thirsty Thursday, is gone. There is an actual link to it. And if you click on it, then it says this video has been removed for violating YouTube's community guidelines. I see it right now. And you can find it if you go to Hustler Casino Live's tweet on September 12th about Thirsty Thursday. They do have a link to it. And if you click on it, yep, that's exactly what happens. So that's what it was. So see, the Poker Fraud Alert investigators here figured it out without my help. They did the work. Made the segment easier for me to prepare. So thank you to Jeff Dime. Thank you for the thing you noticed there, Ryback Feed Me More. And I think we got our answer. They just got to be careful. They got to be careful when you got people that want to see your channel taken down. When you got 360,000 subscribers, the last thing you want is to go down when that's the way people watch you. At least I'm finally seeing some ways they're monetizing it. I never understood at the beginning how Hustler Casino Live was making money. I knew Hustler was giving them something because it promotes them. But beyond that, I didn't see how they were making money. They didn't have sponsors for a while, so at least now they have sponsors. They've dodged a bullet for the moment. They are still around. They seem to have gotten past this, but this could rear its ugly head again. You never know. 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355 is the number. You can call or text. It's got a text from the 251 referring to the Survivor contest. I definitely picked different teams for each ticket. Yeah, I thought about that. I thought about, well, maybe I shouldn't duplicate things. The problem is you start to spread yourself too thin and basically guarantee that each week you're going to lose something. Because it's hard enough to pick one team that you think is going to win outright this week. To have to pick like 10 different teams you think are going to win outright, that's really, really tough. So you're going to just keep losing tickets. So that's the problem. You're constantly balancing putting too many eggs in one basket and spreading yourself too thin. The whole thing's a challenge. For the 916, the Clark County Fire Department had an overtime scandal several years ago as well, referring to the overtime abuse that was occurring in the Las Vegas Public Administrator's Office. You have to imagine that happens a lot, especially at public jobs. Private companies will clamp down on this more because it's their own money that is getting spent on this overtime. But when it's public money, then sometimes nobody cares. And that looks like that was going on in the Clark County Public Administrator's Office until Robert Tellez came in and clamped down on that, and then he committed murder. So I have to imagine the overtime's probably back. And what's sad is that there is nothing discussed about the corruption of that office. Like, it's not like both things got covered. It's not like they covered how awful Robert Tellez was And they also talked about the real problems in that office. No, it looked like everybody in the office was a victim of his, and they had no problems there except him. So two things can be true at once. You can have shitty people in that office who are abusing overtime and purposely slow-working cases and costing the taxpayers money and screwing the people whose relatives died and they want to see this whole thing finished off, and it drags for months because people want their overtime. You can have that, and you can also have a psycho running the office who is abusive and is corrupt himself and also kills people, apparently. You can have all that. What a mess. I want to give you an update on All-American Dave. Remember him? Remember All-American Dave? He ran a food truck and just kind of food stand that was located behind the Amazon room in the Rio. And it was pretty popular, and it was there for many years. And it was basically answering the concern players had that they wanted to have access to healthy food that was of decent quality rather than whatever the Rio offered. So All-American Dave was allowed to rent the space back there. He didn't just show up. He had to rent the space. I don't know how much he paid, but he rented the space. And it was space he created himself. It was in a blacktop area behind the Amazon room where they would temporarily also put portable bathrooms. And there was also even a basketball court there that you could shoot baskets. So if you were in the Amazon room and you walked out the back doors, there it would be. And you could order this food from All-American Dave, which was promoted as healthy and was also supposed to taste better than what was offered at the Rio. The portions were not particularly big, and it didn't fit with everybody's personal tastes, including mine. So that's one reason I didn't get it. It wasn't even because of the cost. You might just think that I didn't get that food because I couldn't get any casino comps with it, or because it was expensive.
How dare you?
You might think that. And that would be a reasonable way to think. You like this new Hava Nagila music? I like the other one better, but I keep getting copyright violations on YouTube, and then I can't monetize whatever video it's in. So I had to go with this one. This is a free one. That's what we're going to have to use from now on. If you can find a better free one, then send it to me. But anyway, yeah, I didn't get it just because I really wasn't into the type of food he was selling. But I heard good things about it. And I heard good things about Dave's customer service. And you didn't even have to go out there. You could actually order it by texting, or I think even tweeting to him. And then they would have food runners bring it to the table. And he hired pretty girls to do it. So the people who would bring it to the table would be young, pretty girls in shorts. And I guess that was some additional appeal to the whole thing. So the whole business model worked well. Because it wasn't cheap, All-American Dave was making a fortune. A lot of people were using it. A lot of people were even buying subscriptions so they could just get it every day without paying individually. And I think you get a little discount too. And for many years, I believe that's how he was supporting himself. I don't even know if he operated outside the World Series. Keep in mind, the World Series is only 7 weeks. I hadn't heard he operated anywhere else. Maybe he did. But he made so much in those 7 weeks, he not only could support himself, but he also lived a fairly high-end lifestyle. And if you asked about All-American Dave, aside from some people saying, hey, the food's not really my thing, or hey, it's a little expensive, he and the food had a good reputation. And that's the way it stood all the way through 2022. What happened in 2022? Well, what happened was the World Series of Poker changed venues. And at first, All-American Dave got a lot of sympathy because he announced that he was not going to be allowed at the 2022 World Series or beyond because they decided that once they're gone from the Rio, which was starting in 22, that they basically didn't need him anymore. That there were enough food offerings at Paris and Bally's, which is now called Horseshoe, that they did not want to introduce competition from an outsider like him. So it was just the Rio. They're like, okay, fine, you can be here. But once they moved to Center Strip, they're like, no, you can't come here anymore. Sorry. So he put out a plea asking for people to tried to influence the World Series to allow him to come back. This is in March of 2022. He said, need help, was just informed that we will not be at Bally's, which is now the Horseshoe, for the World Series of Poker. We're not allowed to deliver from our offshot location. Over a decade building, and just like that, it's over. Hard to imagine the series without us. There's got to be a way, right? So even Phil Hellmuth tried to help out, but no. The suits at Caesars would not let him come back. So this was not his choice to leave. I'll give him that. This was not his choice to stop. He didn't just close shop. However, what happened at that point? He wrote, fighting back the tears as I write this. This is a month later in April 2022. The All-American Dave food truck has permanently closed. And then he said in regard to the meal plan balances, because people were encouraged to carry over their balances from year to year. So if they had bought food they hadn't redeemed yet, they were encouraged just to carry it over to the next year rather than ask Dave for a refund. So he said, in regards to meal plan balances, especially significant ones, it's obviously something I feel terrible about and will try to give back value. I'm developing a plan where I can share online training and methodology, but we're essentially bankrupt as a company and as a family. So that wasn't good. That was basically saying, if you prepaid for meals with me, guess what? I'm just keeping your money because I'm broke. And he didn't say he's personally broke. He said, as a company, we're broke. So that's kind of shitty because All-American Dave was basically him. It was named after him. His name's David Swanson. He is All-American Dave. So he's the face of it. People left balances from year to year because they trusted him, because they liked him, because they thought he wouldn't do something like this. They thought that he could hold their balances and nothing would happen. Like, let's say you had some money that you left with me, and then it was something we'd be using together the following year. You might say to me, hey, I know I'm going to see you next year anyway. I don't need the money at the moment. Just hold it. We'll use it next year together. And I think you would trust that when I saw you next year, that I wouldn't refuse to give it to you or spend all the money and go broke. I think you'd trust that I'd have it right there for you the following year, right? I would think you would. So that's what people thought of All-American Dave. He'd been around for over a decade. He had seemed to be reputable. No one pictured something like this would happen. And yes, companies fail, and yes, he didn't see this coming. But keep in mind, this happened before the World Series of Poker started. He hadn't bought anything yet. It's not like he bought the food and then they told him he can't come. So basically, he spent the money on deposit, which he shouldn't have done, just like the poker sites back then, like Full Tilt. The player money on deposit should not have been spent. That should not have been touchable. He should have always had that money in the bank to give back to players if they requested it. He shouldn't have spent it and said, oh, sorry, I can't operate anymore, so too bad you don't get your money, but maybe I can give you some online training about your own business and make up for it. I mean, it's so stupid. So anyway, there was a lot of debate back and forth. Some people felt bad for All-American Dave and defending him. Some were calling him a scammer. Some were kind of in the middle. I was in the middle. This wasn't a premeditated scam, and had they not kicked him out, had they let him keep operating at Bally's in Paris, then none of this would have happened, and he'd still be operating, and people would still think great things about him. So, yes, Caesars pulled the rug out from him, but he also should not have spent the player balances. And he also did not seem to be particularly interested in working hard to pay people back. So it wasn't even like, okay, well, I'm broke now, but I'm going to work to pay you guys back. Just give me some time. It wasn't that. It's just kind of like, sorry, business is bankrupt. Goodbye. He didn't even say he's personally bankrupt. He just said, the business is bankrupt. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Which, if you're a big business, okay, it's a different story. If you're a personal guy, if you're one guy, the business is based around you. If you are the business, and you say the business is bankrupt and screw the people who trusted you all those years, that's a bad thing. That's what I said back in 2022. That's what I still believe. So there's debate back and forth about this. On April 15th, 2022, he left Twitter. He said, I cannot and will not continue to endure this toxic environment in regards to my failed food truck business. We'll be checking out his Twitter for a while. Contact via the text line, where you texted his orders previously, or email me, and he gave the email address for questions, concerns. Thanks for those who showed love. Then he also blocked some people. He also protected his tweets to where if you weren't already following him, you couldn't see what he wrote. So that's the way it was left. And people didn't really remember much about All-American Dave from that point. Like, they knew he was there, but they didn't think much about him. I can't say they didn't remember him, but they didn't think much about him actively, because why would they? Yeah, some people had balances. Some people had thousands of dollars of balances with him. And that's gone. But, so many things like this happen in poker where people get screwed in some way. This is just one of a million stories, and this wasn't premeditated. This was just someone who didn't manage his business well, and then when something unexpected happened, then he just ran off. So why am I telling you all this now? We already covered all this 2 years ago. Well, All-American Dave has come back to Twitter. Remember, he left Twitter in April 2022. He came back to Twitter, and I didn't notice until this past week, even though he came back over the summer. And he has started a YouTube channel called the AAD Comeback, referring to All-American Dave, the AAD Comeback. And he wrote, "My passion for this concept never died, but a piece of me did when it fell apart at the World Series of Poker. I believe I can rebuild and still make it right for those with lost gift card credits. But it takes action, and that's what this series is about." Well, okay, good. By the way, since then, he's gotten heavily into fitness and has some kind of weird weight loss bet with Dan Bilzerian, of all people. Dan Bilzerian, by the way, has gone totally nuts. Totally nuts. He's become like a raging anti-Semite. Today he tweeted that Hamas are not terrorists, they're freedom fighters, there's nothing wrong with them. Crazy. I mean, he makes Justin Bonomo seem reasonable with that topic. So he's gone totally nuts. But anyway, Dave has some kind of weight loss bet with Dan Bilzerian, and he's gotten very much into fitness. But he's claiming that he's going to make right the situation with the WSOP player food balances if possible. He's not guaranteeing it, but he said that he believes he can do it. Which, okay, I always am happy to see those who once acted unethically to come back and make things right. It's a lot tougher to do that than just to stay away. Once you've wronged people and everyone gets past it, to just stay away forever. And there's been many, 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 many people in poker who have done that, who've just run off after they've been caught. So when you return years later to try to make it right, that's not as good as just never doing it in the first place or making it right immediately, but it's better than just running off and never coming back. So I'll give him credit there. And I'm being totally serious, not sarcastic. So let's play this video, this YouTube video from All-American Dave about his comeback. It says the AAD Comeback.
All right. I'm back. My name is David Swanson, better known to a lot of people as All-American Dave. We're in my food truck that I had at the World Series of Poker for almost 10 years to incredible success, and what an awesome experience. Followed up by an incredible failure. The whole empire came crashing down.
Let me stop here. I'm surprised he still has this food truck. It looks like it's in good shape. It looks like it's ready to operate again. I thought he was going to sell it. See, this is what concerns me. Right off the bat, this is what concerns me. I thought he was just going to liquidate everything, and that was that. But he still has this truck. So it makes me wonder, what kind of financial dire straits was he really in? Was this a matter where he still personally had money, but the company was broke, so he just didn't want to pay people, and he figured he's never coming back, so screw them? Or did he keep the food truck because it was already all paid off and he didn't want to sell it and he just was hoping to one day come back? I don't know. It could be a lot of things, but the fact that he didn't liquidate this and pay people back through that already makes me scratch my head. But let's go on and listen.
The goal of this is just kind of to move forward, to pick myself up, to hold myself accountable, and just to, not wallow in past failures and let that stop me. 2024, it's April 10th, and about 3 years ago, everything kind of came crashing down. Life's been kind of a tailspin since then. My father passed away during the main event of the world. Shortly after that, everything within the World Series of Poker for me kind of came crashing down. Enough's enough. I have 3 kids. I have a beautiful wife. I got a lead, and I need to be better. The goal here is...
By the way, the skipping is not a problem with a radio show. I don't know why it has this skipping in the video, but I guess it's not edited well. But I'm just letting you know here, this isn't a problem on my end.
Just to showcase my journey, what I'm doing, the struggles that I'm going through, and maybe it resonates with other people. Maybe it just holds me accountable, whatever. Everybody's their own person. Everybody has their own path, and this is going to be mine. So I'm going to lay out what my diet is, kind of my training schedule is like, but also really showcasing the balance of life that I have. I have 3 small children. I have a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and an 8-month-old. and my wife, Amanda. So we live here on the Southern Oregon coast, and I'll show you my house and all this place. We live in a trailer, but I built a pretty cool compound here. And it's a simple way of life, and that's okay for us. We want more, but for now, we're very content, and really the goal is just to work hard and understand that through that, good things will come our way.
Let me stop right here. By the way, I want to say something else before I continue the video. First of all, he had some place in Fiji that people were criticizing him for still having and not paying out the balances. He was claiming it was rented. Then it seemed like he kept it for longer than it seemed like he should have been keeping it. I don't know what happened with that Fiji place or if he really was owning it or renting it, whatever. But he's claiming here, and it might be true, he's claiming here that all he has now, aside from this food truck, of course, is a trailer that he and his family live in, which is him and his wife and 3 kids, and that they live in Oregon somewhere. And that's all they've got at the moment, and it's simple, and it's not extravagant, but they're getting by. So that's the first thing. The second thing is he has been messaging me this past week because I tweeted about this, and I wasn't that critical in my tweet. I wasn't complimentary, but I wasn't that critical. But he took my tweet as kind of critical, and he messaged me and was saying that he's happy to tell me his side of the story. Now, I am going to listen. I listen to everybody, and I am going to let him tell me his side. A lot of times when people say, let me tell you my side of the story, what they really mean is, let me tell you a version of the story which makes me look best but isn't really accurate or is leaving out a lot of negative details, or let me talk to you and convince you that I've done nothing wrong. And it's always awkward having these conversations because I don't want to get on the phone with people that I'm talking about and criticizing some action of theirs and having to get in like a shouting match about why they were wrong and why I don't believe them. So what I usually let people do is I say, well, just lay it out to me, just show me here how I'm wrong about this. And if I am, I'll definitely apologize or reconsider or correct or whatever I have to do. But just because you're willing to talk to me doesn't mean that my head's going to be turned on this. And sometimes they just expect if they get on the phone with me and act nice and say something which sounds semi-reasonable that I won't ask any questions. And then they're disappointed and mad when I won't. And in fact, I've had some where people get really angry that they're convinced they're going to turn me around and then they don't, and then they get really resentful. So I don't love those interactions, but at the same time, I have talked about him. I talked about him 2 years ago. I'm talking about him now. So I do want to give people a chance to defend themselves. So I am going to listen to him, and I'll let him tell me his side. I'm not going to guarantee him that I'm going to turn around on this because I still can't see any world where it was okay to hold people's balances from 1 year to the next and then just say, well, sorry, you're not getting it. Especially you keep your food truck the whole time, which I just realized, and especially making like zero effort in the last 2.5 years to pay people. So it's good that he's coming up now and saying that he's going to pay people, not like right at this moment, but he's going to work to pay people. Okay, yeah, it's better than nothing. So I want to encourage that. I want to encourage actions like that, where people come back and make right years later when they made a mistake previously. I'm just hoping he approaches this like, I made a mistake previously, not like, this is all justified, but I'm making it right anyway. I'll continue playing here.
I want to do a 1 weekly video. Leave this journey can resonate with some other people and can serve a positive thing and maybe bring us some opportunity to get back on our feet and really for me to provide for my family. So I know that when I'm in great shape, opportunities come my way. I don't feel worthy of being known as All-American Dave, but I think that I still have what it takes. But until I prove it, 3 kids living in a trailer on the Oregon coast without any source of income at the moment, there's a challenge. Been battling shoulder pain if you've battled through knee injuries for my whole life. I've had 2 major ACL reconstructive surgeries. I have nerve damage on my right side. A neck thing, I have a lot of injuries. I have a lot of obstacles to overcome. I'm not going to let that define me, and I can't. Do the best that I can do with what I'm given. And that's all I really can do. My goals here are to make an incredible transformation. I'm trying to present like a great face, but
this is a very weird video because it keeps having little special effects thrown within it. I know you can't see this because it's an audio show, but this one was like a little like film special effect, and so he throws these in, but then it distorts the audio. It's really weird. Having a little hard time following this, but I kind of am.
Truth of the matter is life's been really hard, and I haven't felt real great about myself. And I need to, for my children and for my wife and for our future.
Okay, let me stop that. Depends why you don't feel great about yourself. If you don't feel great about yourself that the World Series, after letting you operate there for a decade, just drops it on you, that you can't continue operating because they've changed venue, and that's what you've used as your form of income for over 10 years, and it's just taken away abruptly, you can't feel that bad about that. You couldn't see that coming. So I know it never feels good to have a successful business end and to once be doing well financially and then to have very little. But you can't feel bad about yourself and have your self-esteem drop for that reason. However, if he's feeling bad because people trusted him and he never made right their balances, then that is a reason to feel bad. And I hope that's why he's feeling bad. By the way, this was recorded in April, as he said, not August. He tweeted this in August, but he recorded this on April 20th. And I don't know if we'll hear in the final minute here the plan to make things right with the balances, because I haven't watched this yet. I wanted to watch this the first time on radio for genuine reactions on my part. Let's hear the rest of it.
I need to believe in myself. I have very strong faith in God, and He is my rock. And what I hear in my mind from Him is do work, is do the work. This series is going to go through July 27th. It's going to show my journey and what it is I'm doing to turn my life around, starting with my vessel. Hope you follow along. Please comment, like, share, subscribe, and encourage and try and be All-American Dave again, the guy who people would turn to for advice on health and fitness and life stuff, and the leader of my family, the teacher of my young boys who are going to become men. And I need to be the best man that I can be for them more than anything else. I have to do the best that I can with what I have right now.
That says thanks for watching and showing the beach. All right, I mean, it's good sentiments for the most part. He did 15 episodes so far. It did go past July because he posted one as of 5 days ago. I guess he's posted 15 of them. I'm not going to bother watching the rest. The bottom line is I don't care what his fitness routine is. He's posting pictures of himself all muscle bound. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care how his body looks. That's not important here. In fact, the way your body looks shouldn't really be important as far as how you view yourself. If you want to be fit for the sake of health, or if you think that you just feel better about yourself to look like you're fit rather than overweight or whatever, that's fine. Each person has their own standard for how they look. But being really fit isn't something to be so proud of that this is the major goal, that if you don't get there, you failed. And some people in the fitness world feel that way. Like that just becomes their everything. They feel worthless if they don't look that way. So I think as far as All-American Dave is concerned, there really should be just two things to be concerned with. Number one, as he said, is being a good example for his sons and raising his family and supporting his family. And number two, seeing if he can make right for the people who got screwed as a result of his mismanagement of money. And that is what happened. And that's what I don't think he'll ever convince me of otherwise. Because if you have player balances there and they're trusting you to hold these balances and not ask for that money back at the end of the WSOP, if they're going to let you hold it for another 10 months, 10 plus months, then they are putting a lot of trust in you, and you cannot touch that money no matter how badly you want to or no matter what unexpected things happen. You have to just say, this is player money. I can't touch it. It goes to the side. I separate that balance from my business balance. My business balance should be all money that has been spent on past meals that have been redeemed. And that's what you can operate with. You can't operate with player money. Now, if you're about to open tomorrow for the World Series of Poker, yeah, you can use the player money that people have spent for that upcoming World Series, because obviously that's going to be redeemed at that point. Then that makes sense. But not for 10 months later. So the fact that he must have taken that player money to either keep his business afloat or spend it personally, whatever it might be, just expecting that that money's going to come back in anyway, so he'll be fine. And then when he couldn't continue operating in 2022, then he didn't have it. That just wasn't right. And these people trusted him, and that's why there was a lot of animosity. It wasn't because they're haters. It wasn't because people were trying to create drama. They're mad because they felt betrayed. They felt like they trusted him and he let them down. And that's something I will never agree with him, no matter what he says, to excuse it. Now, at least in this video, he seemed to be saying that he doesn't feel great about himself, that he doesn't even want to call himself All-American Dave now because he doesn't feel like he's lived up to it. So, okay, he does have some humility here. And maybe some of that comes along with the WSOP balances. Maybe he really does feel bad about it. But we'll see by his actions. He said himself, that's not enough. We got to see his actions. So, okay, let's see his actions. Now, I don't know how he's going to do it because it's not like he can just come back to the World Series. They won't let him. Not about what happened in 2022. They just don't want him there. They don't want outside parties there. You can't bring a food truck to a Caesars property and operate there, no matter who you are. So he'll have to find some kind of alternate business model. So hopefully he can, or hopefully he can make money some other way, and then he can start giving people their money back, even if he never does operate at the WSOP again. And that would be one way he could feel good about himself. Even if he never operates there again, he can say, look, these people who trusted me, I let them down, and it took 2.5, 3, whatever years, but I paid them back. Then he can hold his head up high. That's what I'm hoping he's going to do. And he also has the belief that those who were negative about him, that weren't affected directly by him, were just doing it to create drama or to get clicks. Well, I don't know about everybody else, but I know I didn't operate that way. This site doesn't make any money. This site does not operate for profit. So I was simply covering something that I observed. And I didn't think it was right the way it all went down. That's all. And I have nothing against him personally. I thought he operated his business well when he was running it, up until that very end. And prior to that, I always said good things about him. So I do hope that All-American Dave finds a way to pay these people back, even slowly, even giving them like 25% back for the moment, with the promise to them that he's going to work hard to get back the other 75%. Just anything he gives back, I think, would really make people feel good. And I'm going to tell him that, too. I'm not just saying this on the show. I'm going to tell him. I'm going to message him after the show's over and tell him that's what he needs to do. And that's what will make everyone happy. And that's really the path to redemption here, if he wants some kind of personal redemption. I mean, he's not required to. There's no judgment against him. There's no one forcing him to do this. He doesn't gain anything from paying people back. I'm just saying that if he wants to feel good about himself, if he wants to call himself All-American Dave again and feel good about that, that's the way to do it. So I was told a rumor, and that has to do with the Caesars Diamond Lounges, also known as Laurel Lounges. And I'm talking about in the Las Vegas market. Through 2019, if you were Diamond and then later Diamond Plus or higher, you could go into these lounges during their open hours, which differed from property to property. And these were all over the country, not just in Vegas. And you could enter for free. You could bring a companion with you for free. And it had an open bar. It had little hors d'oeuvres you could eat, other little snacks. You could hang out in there and watch TV. And people enjoyed them. In Atlantic City, they also had 7 Stars lounges where you could go in and actually order real food. And again, that was free. But in Vegas, it was just Diamond Lounges, which were later renamed to Laurel Lounges. But this went away when COVID started in early 2020. So first, if you remember, the casinos were all forced shut down. And then when they were allowed to reopen in, I believe, June of 2020, they came back and there were no more Laurel Lounges. So many changes were made to many businesses after the COVID shutdowns were over. A lot of this was just to cut costs and it had nothing to do with COVID itself, but them just returning in a way that they saw themselves as leaner and with fewer expenses. Caesars came up with what they thought was a brilliant idea. It was in the Las Vegas market to replace these Laurel Lounges with a free drink benefit. So instead of having to maintain employees to run these lounges, they would keep the lounges closed and just give everyone Diamond Plus and above 4 drink credits per day that was attached to their Caesars reward card. So you'd go to any Caesars operated bar or even Caesars operated little food stands or drink stands, and you could then swipe your card and redeem 1 or more of those 4 drinks per day. And the way they envisioned this is that people, instead of going into the Laurel Lounge to get their free drinks, they would just go up to one of the outlets that either serves alcoholic drinks like in bar style or ones that have drinks that are packaged like bottled water or bottled juice or whatever, and you just go up and swipe the card and get it. And that kind of approximates these lounges without having to operate the lounges. So the Caesars managers who came up with this idea thought it was brilliant, that people can still get their free drinks, but now they can save a lot of money operationally. They thought, wow, we're so smart. We've replaced something that's much cheaper to provide, and we bet people won't even stop coming for that reason. Yeah, there'll be some people who will miss the Laurel Lounges, but we think this is close enough and it's going to save us a lot of money on operations. We're so smart. Well, maybe not. Because just like everything that exists as a benefit in the casino world, people figure out a way to maximize those benefits. And in this case, people figured it out pretty quickly. See, these 4 drinks per day, as I said, were not just limited to bar-style drinks. So you didn't just have to go to a bar at Caesars and say, hey, I'd like such and such a drink, and then they serve you the drink in the glass, and then you're expected to tip the bartender, and you got to sit there and drink alone. Yeah, that's not very appealing. Who's going to go all the way to a Caesars property just to get, a few free drinks, which you can get anyway while you're gambling? They also allowed you to get packaged drinks that they didn't make. Stuff like Fiji water or naked juice or one of many other drinks that are sitting in these outlets that you can go up to and get little snacks. So those were included as well. And that's where the exploit exists, because people realize they don't have to sit at the bar and drink. They get 4 drinks per day. So why don't they just go up and get the most expensive drinks possible that they like, of course, and bring them home? Or even if they're not Vegas locals, get those drinks and bring them to their hotel room for later. And that's what people were doing, especially the locals. So you'd have locals who are Diamond Plus or higher. I mean, Diamond Plus, Diamond Elite, or 7 stars. And they would stop by religiously every single day and go to the outlets where they can get 4 large Fiji waters or 4 naked juices or 4 iced coffees. And I'm talking about, these are major name brand products that Caesars is carrying. This is different than Caesars pouring a drink from a bottle. These are closed, packaged bottles of drinks that you can get for free that would normally be very expensive to buy at these outlets. And people were just stocking up on them. Think of going there every day and getting 4 of these. How quickly you could stock your refrigerator at home. In fact, you could get so much of it you can start giving it away to friends. And people were doing it. Some people made this part of their daily routine, where they wouldn't gamble. All they do is come into Caesars, and I don't just mean Caesars Palace, I mean any Caesars property in Vegas, and they would get these 4 drinks, and they would carry them home. They'll even give you a bag. They'll even give you a bag at these outlets. So you don't have to even bring your own bag. And you carry the bag out, you get back in your car, you drive back home, you put the stuff in your refrigerator or on your shelf, and you accumulate drinks very, very fast. Think of this, 365 days in a year, you get 4 of these per day. If you go there every single day, you will get more than 1,400 drinks And some of these are pretty expensive. So this became a big cost for Caesars. In fact, this started costing them a lot more than operating those lounges because so many people were doing this. In addition to the cost, another problem was the fact that they had to keep restocking over and over. So it's not just the hard cost of paying for this stuff, but whenever this gets taken by people using the benefit, then they have to keep buying more and more and more and worry about having to do that and keep replacing it at these outlets which people are using, where normally this stuff would get bought very slowly. Now it's getting bought super rapidly, so it just keeps running out and they have to keep bringing more and more and more, so they have to get employees doing that. Can you imagine all the extra labor burden here? How much the workers hated it? One of the people who emailed me about this was one of the workers that hated it. That's the only clue I will give you. It's one of the workers who was affected by this whole thing, because the workers just did not enjoy that all these people were coming in every single day and getting 4 prepackaged drinks that Caesars had been buying. They didn't care about the cost to Caesars. They cared about the effort that they had to go through, not only to process these transactions, but also to restock and everything else. So it was a big hassle. So one of the employees who was affected by this was very disgruntled and contacted me and told me a secret. Now, I don't have any way to verify this, so for all I know, this person could be lying to me. But I have a feeling they were telling me the truth, or at least they were telling me what they were told at the time, even if this doesn't come to pass. But what they told me was that Caesars in Las Vegas, and I mean all Caesars properties, not just Caesars Palace, Caesars in Las Vegas is going to do away with this 4-drink benefit in 2025, starting on February 1st, and they are going to reopen the Laurel Lounges. I was told that this is being referred to as drink abuse under their current system. They actually think people are abusing the drinks, which is stupid because they're just redeeming the benefits that were given to them. It is not the customer's fault that Caesars changed the benefit. They changed it from a lounge you can go into and eat hors d'oeuvres and order stuff at the bar and watch TV, that they closed all that stuff and said, okay, now you get 4 drinks per day. Well, okay, 4 drinks per day means 4 drinks per day. So if you want to come every single day and redeem the drinks, then it's not really abuse. It's just taking advantage of a benefit that they are giving you. Now, had they been smarter about this, they would have excluded these packaged drinks and said you can only get well drinks at the bar. So you want to go order some kind of liquor at the bar, or you want to order a Coke at the bar, that's covered, but you can't go get a Fiji or a Naked Juice or some kind of packaged iced coffee or anything like that. But that's what they did allow, and people were stocking up and bringing it home. So apparently Caesars has finally gotten fed up with this, and they are just going to be shutting the whole thing down and bringing back the Laurel Lounges. If this story sounds a little familiar, it's because I did cover it previously. In early May, they tried their first attempt at preventing this, quote, abuse by just removing the 4-drink per day benefit from certain players who were not otherwise generating very much gambling, or at least very much negative EV gambling. So it seemed what they did is they ran a report on those who were Diamond Plus or above and how much their theoretical loss was. Theoretical loss means the amount the house would make from you if your luck was exactly average. And those who had very low theoretical loss, regardless of their actual loss, they denied them the 4 drinks per day, which is the first time Caesars had ever done that, because Caesars had never before taken away a benefit from a select group of people who had earned that benefit through their tier. The way it used to be is if you were in good standing at Caesars and not banned, and you had earned a certain tier, then you would get all the benefits and never denied. So this is the first time they were ever denying a benefit as part of an earned tier just based upon someone's lack of theoretical loss. So they did that first to people who were Diamond Plus. A lot of people who got hit were those who earned Diamond Plus either through poker, online poker, or sports betting. But then people started noticing they were losing it if they earned it through high return video poker or through these big tier multiplier days where basically they got to Diamond Plus with very little theoretical loss. So that's what they were first doing on May 1st, 2024, and the weeks following. Then it was reported that they were doing this to everybody, not just Diamond Plus. They were even hitting 7 stars this way. So they were expanding the scope of who they were doing this to. And then that was the last I heard until I got contacted by this Caesars employee who told me that they're just giving up on the whole thing. And part of the reason is they were getting too much pushback from those who had the drinks denied. People going to Caesars Rewards going, what the hell? I earned this benefit. How can you take this away from me? I'm Diamond Plus. I should have this. And then the 7 stars were really raising hell. They're saying, what the hell? We made your highest tier. We were approved for the highest tier because it's not automatic. And then you take away the freaking drinks that are available to Diamond Plus? So they're just tired of it. They're tired of the arguing with the people who they took it away from. They are tired of having to constantly restock these outlets to carry them. They're tired of the expense because this is what's known as a hard expense. Let me tell you the difference between a hard expense and a non-hard expense. A hard expense for a casino is something that they are acquiring from a third-party company that they have to pay that company for and then re-provide to the customer. So a good example of a hard expense would be if they're giving you tickets to a sporting event, provided that they didn't get it for free in some way. But if they had to buy these tickets first, even at a discount, and then give this to someone who's a high roller there, that's a hard expense. Another hard expense is something like this, where they're buying Fiji water. They may get the Fiji water at a discount, but it's still Fiji water. They still have to pay for it, and it still costs them a lot more than a well drink. Something that's not a hard expense at all would be a comp hotel room. Because if you think about it, other than a night where they're going to fill up completely, if the hotel room that they're giving you would have sat empty anyway on that particular night, take like a Wednesday night where it's not very busy, and they give you that comp room, if it's going to sit empty anyway, even if the room would have costed, say, $150 to stay in, if no one was going to stay anyway, it's not really costing them anything to give it to you, other than very little money they have to spend on its cleaning. So that's not a hard expense at all. Even if it's, quote, worth $150, it costs them almost nothing. Similarly, pouring you free drinks from the bar costs them very little. And similarly, even at their Caesars-owned restaurants, even though the food that they're serving you is somewhat of a hard expense because they have to buy the food from somewhere, most of the cost in what they're serving you comes from having to maintain the restaurant and pay the employees and all of that. It's not the raw cost of the ingredients. So that's still not that much of a hard cost. They don't really consider it a hard cost. So the hard costs are really things that they are acquiring from third-party companies and passing on to you. And casinos hate hard costs. They will tolerate it sometimes in order to keep their gamblers happy, but they don't just hand those out easily. And when they start noticing that a lot of players collectively are causing these hard costs to mount up, then they find a way to stop it. So this is one of them right here. There's a lot of hard costs involved here because they had to buy all of these drinks that people are just taking home. And that's not what was intended. They were hoping people would get drinks from the bar and only do that when they're there to gamble anyway. Not that people would come in, get the drinks from these outlets, and walk out and never drop a penny in any machine or sit down at any table. But people were religiously doing this every day of the year. And a lot of people were. Like, I brought this up on Twitter. A lot of people were like, oh, yeah, I've shown up every day and get these drinks. Like, even people you wouldn't expect. Like, they were the high rollers, like very high-stakes poker players that you'd never expect would ever do this. And they were saying, yeah, I do this. So I think there's a lot of people, just the principle of it, they wanted to get this out of Caesars. They're like, well, I get 4 drinks. I like the drinks they offer. I like having them in my house. I prefer to get them this way than go to the store. So even though I will enter a $100,000 buy-in poker event, I still want to get the free drinks at Caesars this way. And they did. So you had a wide group of people doing it. Some you'd never expect who were doing it religiously. So this employee told me Caesars was just fed up with this, that this backfired, that they did not expect this type of burden financially and labor-wise, and it's a disaster, and they're just bringing back the Laurel Lounges. That's what they last heard. This person told me they heard it because they were complaining about the burning on them, and they were told, no, don't worry, we're doing something about this. This is the last year it's going to happen. Starting February 1st, the Laurel Lounges are going to come back. So this has not been formally announced, and it's possible that the information that was given to this employee was wrong, or it was right at the time, but Caesars is going to decide otherwise once February 1st rolls around. So don't call me a liar, or even call that person a liar, if February 1st rolls around and the Laurel Lounges don't reopen. But that's what I'm hearing at the moment, and this is a Poker Fraud Alert exclusive because this has not been reported anywhere else except for by me. I posted it on Poker Fraud Alert, and I posted it on Vegas Casino Talk, and now we're doing this on this show. You have to wonder sometimes how stupid they can be at Caesars regarding things like this. They have to do a better job at predicting the way their customers will react to changes and predicting exploits that people will use when they introduce something new. I just am very surprised they allowed those packaged name brand drinks to be part of this. If they didn't do that, this would never be a problem. No one's going to show up to a bar and say, hey, give me 4 Cokes and open glasses and I'm going to bring them home. No one's going to do that. It's these drinks like Fiji and all the others that people are stocking up on. So I don't know why they don't just eliminate that stuff. And I guess that's a possibility too. I guess we will see. But I'd be very surprised if February 1st, which is considered their new year for their rewards program, that's when it begins, February 1st. I'll be very surprised on February 1st if this is still the same way. But I guess we'll see. Remember the Tuah girl? You familiar with her? You probably are. If you don't spend a lot of time on social media, you probably don't know who she is. But if you have, you probably do. So if you've been on Twitter, if you've been on Facebook, you've been on YouTube even, you probably have seen something about the Tuah girl. If you haven't, I'm going to play you the very short video of why she's famous. And then it will make sense. And then I'll explain why we're covering her at all. So here is the original appearance of the Tuah girl that went viral. And her real name, which we learned later, is Hailey Welch. Let's listen.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that Tuah and spit on that thing. You get me?
I don't get you. I think you gotta demonstrate.
Tuah and spit on it. Spit on it.
Okay, so that was pretty much the whole thing. It was edited a little bit, but that's pretty much the whole thing. So the guy's asking random women on the street various questions. I'm not even sure where they were. She was out with a friend, and the friend gave some boring answer at first. I don't remember what the friend said. And then the Tuah girl, who was named that because of her answer, was referring to what she does to make men go crazy in bed. And she said, you got to go Tuah and spit on that thing. You know what she means by that, right? So that's the whole thing. That's why she became known. This video went viral. It was thought it went viral not just because she described something sexual in graphic terms, but because it was done, first of all, kind of in an unusual way, actually making the sound, but also because she seemed like a lighthearted and fun girl. She wasn't doing this like the way a porn star would. She was just kind of laughing as she does it. In fact, I've even wondered if this is even real, if she's really done that, or if she just said it to the guy. Let's listen one more time.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that Tuah and spit on that thing. You get me?
I don't get you. I think you gotta demonstrate.
Tuah and spit on it. Spit on it.
And people like the Southern accent, the whole thing just kind of provided an image of a young girl who was fun, who was non-threatening, wasn't arrogant at all, didn't take herself too seriously, seemed sexually open, but not so much to where she seems trashy, and she had the Southern accent. It had the kind of the whole picture to go viral, so it did. I didn't pay too much attention to her at the time. There's always some weird thing going viral on any given day. So whatever. She's 21 years old, by the way. Well, she ran with the fame. She definitely didn't shy away from it. She wasn't ashamed of this. She was leaning into it. She was appearing on any show that would have her. She even would introduce country music stars who would have her introduce them. Anyone that would have her that was of any note or prominence, she would go on whatever they provided to bring her more attention. The most surprising thing I saw was that she was invited to throw out the first pitch at a Mets game in mid-August. Now, that was shocking. That was shocking. How did the Mets even explain this? They called her like an internet sensation, which I guess is true, but how do the fathers who are bringing their young sons to the game explain this? Like, Dad, what's she famous for? Oh, she's just famous on the internet, son. Like, how do you explain this? How do the Mets explain that they have invited someone to throw out the first pitch whose entire accomplishment was making the sound of spitting on a guy's dick before a blowjob? Like, that's what she's known for. She's never been seen doing that, but she's known for talking about that. So, yeah, she threw out the first pitch for the August 15th Mets game, which, by the way, the Mets have really been picking it up. They're probably going to make the playoffs after having what looked like another very disappointing season. So, I don't know. Maybe she inspired them. Now, I will say something in Hailey Welch's defense. She has not been dirty or trashy in any of her appearances anywhere, including throwing out the first pitch for the Mets. In any interview she's done, in any appearance she's done, she's dressed fairly conservatively. She's not covering up like she lives in Saudi Arabia, but she's not dressing in a scantily clad or trashy fashion. She's dressing fairly conservatively. She's been very clean. She hasn't talked about sex at all. She's basically been clean and wholesome in her various media appearances since that one viral video. Also, she has been promoting a particular interest she has in animal rescue charities. So she's been saying that she's been making all these appearances because she wants to bring attention to the animal rescue charities, which might be kind of like a built-in excuse of why she is capitalizing on this one viral video about her talking about spitting on dicks. But whatever it is, she has been promoting that as well. And I will say she could be leaning into this a very different way. She could be appearing nude. She could be on OnlyFans. She could be really leaning into the sexual aspect of this thing, and she's not. She's running away from it, in fact. She doesn't talk about that. Now, she calls herself the Tuah girl, so she doesn't find herself, afraid of admitting why she's famous. But she has not sexualized herself at all since becoming well-known. So you got to give her some respect there. Because it'd be very easy for her to just start an OnlyFans site, probably do very well. People could see the Tuah girl naked or doing sexual things on camera. She could do that, but she's not. She's going the wholesome route despite being famous for this. So that's kind of interesting. Anyway, would it surprise you that she made it over to poker? It does not surprise me. So she made it over to poker. Now, don't expect to see the Tuah girl next to you at the World Series of Poker or any local poker tournaments. This looks like something she just did. I imagine she must have an agent who probably connected her with this. She was part of the Celebrity Poker Tour, and I have to imagine she got invited, and this is on Poker Go. So on August 31st, poker.org did an interview with her, and it says, well, folks, here she is, Hailey Welch X, which is her name on Twitter, H-A-L... Actually, I think it may be misspelled. I think they misspelled it. No, it is spelled. You know what's funny? I thought they misspelled it. They didn't. It's H-A-L-I-E-Y-W-E-L-C-H. I never noticed that before. H-A-L-I-E-Y-W-E-L-C-H and then letter X. That's her Twitter account. It has 314,000 followers. So it said, Hailey Welch X, better known as Tuah girl, making her debut on the Celebrity Poker Tour. We asked if she'd ever date a poker player, which is a good question. Let's listen.
My face, shows everything. If I got some good cards, I'm going.
I wanted to ask you, because when it was announced that you were playing today, I feel like every man in poker, I think everyone's in love with you right now, but I had
me. That scares me.
Now, that's interesting. She said, that scares me. So, again, she's not leaning into a bunch of dudes wanting her. She's like, oh, that scares me. So keep in mind, when she said this during that interview about the Tuah stuff, she was probably drunk. She had no idea this would be seen by everybody. So in a way, she's not comfortable being some kind of sexual icon. And she likes the fame, but she wants to push away from the reason she was famous and get famous for just being a known person. So I believe her when she says it kind of scares her.
And I wanted to know, would you date a poker player?
I don't need him gambling or house money or something.
Wise, smart.
Yeah.
Have you ever played poker before in your life?
I've never played poker.
So yeah, she's on the celebrity poker tour, having never played poker before. So this is not someone who's a celebrity, which of course is very light to say she's a celebrity. But okay, you could say she's a recent internet celebrity. But it's not like she's an internet celebrity who likes poker and is just not a poker pro. She's never played before. She's about to show up and play in the celebrity poker tour, never having played the game before ever.
You Googled the rules a little bit?
Yeah, I looked it up a little bit. I think I understand it enough to be at a table, but I don't know what I'm doing, if that makes sense.
Do you think you would make a good poker player?
No.
No?
My face, shows everything. If I got some good cards, I'm going. You know.
One of the traits of a good poker player is being lucky. Are you a pretty lucky person?
I don't have luck for shit.
Well, you got lucky with something. You got some internet fame, and you've been parlaying that into appearances everywhere. That was some luck, as long as you're happy with that, which she seems to be. So how did she do? Well, she didn't win. She didn't cash. I know you're shocked. She actually folded, I think, top and bottom pair on the flop to one bet when she had king 3. It wasn't even a big bet. It wasn't like someone went all in and she was afraid that top and bottom pair wasn't good. It's just someone bet on the flop and she's like, oh, 2 pair, not good enough, and tossed it. So I'm not going to laugh at that too hard because she'd never played before. But that's kind of funny. Who was the winner? Who was the winner of that celebrity poker tour? Well, before we get to that, who played in the celebrity poker tour? Well, I wouldn't say it was star-studded. The most famous people there were Dwight Howard, former NBA player, Black China, Steiny, and Ethan Klein, but not exactly A-listers. Also present was Nemo, a.k.a. Qiu Zhu, who was the chess influencer who fell into controversy in late 2022 when she rigged a WPT seat contest, a free WPT seat that she was giving away. She rigged it for her boyfriend. So she was there, and the poker world still doesn't like her because of that whole thing, and she was very flippant about it when called out on it rather than apologetic. So she still is not very well regarded for that reason. By the way, the main poker media that was covering that story was none other than Poker Fraud Alert. Yes. Anyway, she was there. And Vegas Matt. Remember Vegas Matt? He appeared on this show. I have met Vegas Matt in person a number of times. He's always been nice when I have interacted with him, both in person and on the phone and on Twitter and whatever. We're not close friends or anything, but he's like a friendly acquaintance, and he's been a friend of the show. He's even donated some money to some contests here. So he was the winner. He was the big winner. And the top prize here, aside from this big celebrity poker tour belt looking thing, was $20,000. So that's not going to be a lot to Vegas Matt, who plays very high stakes slots in most of his streams. And $20K for Vegas Matt can vanish within seconds. However, this probably helped him a little bit with publicity, given that he was the winner here. Nemo came in second, which is not a surprise because she's actually a poker player, whereas most of the people there are not. An Instagram model named Telly Swift, that's Telli Swift, not related to Taylor Swift, by the way, finished 8th. And she was in the news recently for filing a restraining order against boxer Deontay Wilder for allegedly beating her. And she and Wilder had been engaged at the time. So that's what she's best known for. She actually got a temporary restraining order against Deontay Wilder for claiming that he beat her for over 6 years. So it's a pretty sad celebrity invitational. Most of these people weren't even Wikipedia worthy, which even I am. Seriously, you can find me on Wikipedia, but some of these people are not even Wikipedia worthy, and if you made a page for them, they would get it deleted. Vegas Matt is a more understandable choice because there is some crossover between the poker and slot YouTube fan bases. So I understand why they invited him, but gone are the days when we see high-level celebrities play in these sort of tournaments, like in the 2000s. The interest isn't there anymore. And I think a lot of celebrities fear making a fool of themselves rather than joining in what was a big trend back in the 2000s, playing poker. In this appearance, the Tuah girl was apparently very nice, very respectful to everybody, was not sexual at all, came off as just kind of sweet, down to earth, and she won't even date poker players. Doesn't want to try. Wants nothing to do with it. She probably sees us as the degenerates, even though she's the one who talks about spitting on dicks. Okay. By the way, the person betting into her on the flop when she had the king 3, the 2 pair, that person only had 1 pair. So it was not even some like miracle fold where she did the right thing. I don't know if we'll see her again. There is a picture of her and Vegas Matt together on September 1st, 2024. You can find it on Vegas Matt's Twitter. It's Vegas Matt. He wrote, had a great time meeting and playing poker with Hailey Welch last night. She couldn't have been nicer. There's a picture of them standing together. She's wearing a black dress. She looks good. They both look happy. There was some controversy involving Hailey Welch and calling herself the Tuah girl among a feminist poker journalist who has since not gotten along with me. Since meaning not since this, but since, I don't know, about a year and a half ago. I'm talking about Jennifer Newell. Jennifer Newell and I have had kind of an up and down relationship over the years. And I say relationship, we never dated or anything. I'm just saying that we've gone back and forth with being on good terms and not so good terms. We've never been enemies, but we started off on good terms, me and Jennifer. And in fact, I thought she was a good poker writer. I thought she was a good poker journalist. And she sometimes came to me about things that I was concerned with, even as far back as 2007 when they had that stupid poker tent. And she always wrote good articles about anything that I told her about or that she had asked me about. And so from that standpoint, for anything she covers in poker, usually, as long as it doesn't have to do with identity politics, I have tended to agree with her, and I've also thought she does a good job covering it. I had the most interaction with her regarding the Mike Postle stuff. And again, we were very much on the same side there, and she was very supportive of our side here, so to speak. And in fact, my attorney, Eric Benzamokin, directly talked to her and would give her information about the case. He also did that with Hailey Hintz, not to be confused with Hailey Welch. But Hailey Hintz and Jennifer Newell did a lot of writing about the Mike Postle case and all the different lawsuits involved, including the one I was in. And they did a very good job covering it. Both of them did. Now, I've always liked Hailey Hintz. Always got along with her. Jennifer Newell, the problem is she's just so obsessed with her left-wing woke politics, like to an extreme, that she can be hard to deal with because she gets very emotional. She can't just say we agree to disagree. Like Hailey Hintz, by the way, she's liberal. But we just don't ever talk politics, and we've always gotten along. Whenever we see each other, we talk for a little bit. We that one GG Poker policy, that one GG Poker party, I hung out with her there, and we talked a lot. And I have great things to say about Hailey Hintz, even though we don't agree politically. We've just never had a political discussion. There's no reason for us to. And I like a lot of people who don't agree with me politically. But Jennifer Newell just has such a hard time with people disagreeing with her politically or on social issues. So we butted heads a number of years ago about the whole Jacqueline Moscow thing, and she was acting like the staunch supporter of Jacqueline Moscow's, even though Jacqueline didn't really want the help. And even though Jacqueline and I later on became like on good terms, and we were like not like friends, but like kind of like friendly acquaintances. And I even helped her out when some guy had scammed her. I helped her get her money back. So she was anything but a victim of mine. It was someone who, if you ask Jacqueline, she'll tell you she thinks highly of me. But Jennifer Newell at the time was obnoxiously sticking her head into that whole thing, and we had some words about that. But then, yeah, that was before the Apostle thing. And years later, when the Apostle thing happened in 2020, 2021, 2022, like, we were on great terms. And I would message her sometimes, and we were totally on the same page with this, and I praised her work. And in fact, I saw on Twitter that someone was asking for poker freelancers to take a certain job, and I knew that Jennifer Newell would like the work, and I knew Hailey would probably like the work, so I actually recommended them both. I tweeted back to the person advertising that. I said the two I would recommend, the two best poker journalists, investigative poker journalists that I've seen are Jennifer Newell and Hailey Hintz. So obviously she and I were getting along pretty well, and obviously I was showing respect for her. And obviously it wasn't political at all, because these were two women who were liberal, and obviously there was no sexism at all, because there's a lot of male. In fact, there's more male poker reporters than females, and I was recommending two females. So those were the good days. But then when the Jamie LaFay thing happened, Jennifer Newell turned on me. And it was surprising, because, yeah, she always just like snap defends any female in poker who's in any kind of controversy. She just assumes that the female has to be right, which you should never do. You should always look at who's actually right and ignore their gender. Ignore everything. Ignore their gender, ignore their race, ignore their age, ignore their religion, ignore their politics. You have to ignore all of that and just look at the actual situation. That's what you have to do. You can't take anyone's side because of their identity. It's absurd. And I never do that. And you've heard on this show, the people I've criticized have been all over the place. Males, females, people who are straight, people who are gay, people who are of different races, people who are old, people who are young. Doesn't matter. It's if they did something wrong, I'm going to criticize it. If they didn't, then I defend them. So Jennifer Newell had a problem with that, where she just always feels like she has to reflexively defend a female in any controversy, which I don't do with males. You know, I don't just jump to defend someone because it's a dude. Why would I? We'd have no show, because it's mostly dudes in poker. If I couldn't criticize dudes here, I'd have nothing to talk about. So that's what she did. And she would not listen to any reason or logic regarding Jamie LaFay and the lies she had told and everything like that. I'm not going to rehash that whole thing now, because I'm sick of it. I'm sure you're probably sick of it. But Jennifer Newell's an intelligent woman, and she just couldn't listen to reason. And it wasn't like, we'll agree to disagree. She started getting very nasty and condescending, and was actually just bashing me outright on Twitter, which I couldn't believe, because here we were friendly acquaintances. Here I had recommended her for that job. I don't know if she took it, but I recommended her for it publicly and said such nice things about her reporting. And my attorney was giving her direct stories to write. We were getting along great. Why come out there and bash me personally because I'm saying that a certain female in poker who has a bad reputation is not being honest about their GoFundMe, which is what was going on. And just because that person was female, she jumped on me. If he was a dude, then she wouldn't have jumped on me. But she jumped on me because it was a female. It was so stupid. And I tried to reason with her. I tried to privately reason with her. I tried to explain, hey, look at this, look at that. I know you're smart. I know you're logical. I know if you look at this with an open mind and with no bias, you'll see that what I'm saying is correct. Like, what do you need me to give you to show that I'm telling the truth? What do you need me to prove to you? She didn't want it. Everything was a dumb excuse. That was pretty much it. She ended up blocking me after talking a lot of shit about me, and that was that. So whatever, we weren't friends. At best, we were like friendly acquaintances, but it was disappointing. I've known her for so many years, and even after the whole Jacqueline Moscow thing in the mid-2010s, we got past that, and that was stupid too. Again, she didn't even know Jacqueline, and Jacqueline didn't want her help. But we got past that. I'm like, okay, that was Jennifer being Jennifer, whatever. I got past it, she got past it, and the Apostle thing, we got along great. And she did a good job with it. Even though I'm pissed at her now, even though I don't like her now, I'll say she did a good job covering Apostle. She did. She's done a good job with all her poker articles if they didn't have to do with identity politics. They really did. See, I can be fair. Even if I don't like someone at the moment, I can say when they've done good work. But anyway, why am I ranting about this? Well, she was claiming that she is going to leave the poker industry because she thought that Hailey Welch, the Hawk Tuah girl, was being exploited. Now, there's a reason this is dumb. The Hawk Tuah girl, first of all, calls herself that. It's not like she wants to be known as Hailey Welch, and it's like, don't call me the Hawk Tuah girl. No, she calls herself the Hawk Tuah girl, and to show you that she's leaning into that name, she has since started a podcast called Talk Tuah. Okay, so if you're trying to run away from the Hawk Tuah name, you're not going to call your podcast Talk Tuah, because that reminds people of Hawk Tuah, and they know what that is. So she was finding a victim that did not exist. She claimed that Poker.org was being sexist by calling her the Hawk Tuah girl in that tweet, that Poker Go, same thing, by referring to her as that this whole thing was just sexist men featuring her because they liked that she talked about giving blowjobs. It's stupid. This was a girl who had viral video fame and decided to do something smart. Decided to take that fame and try to parlay that into more opportunities for herself. That's great. That's totally fine. You become famous on the internet for something, and then you want to use that for future opportunities. That's definitely within your rights, and in fact, that's smart to do, provided you don't mind the ongoing fame, which she apparently doesn't mind. And, of course, once again, nobody's sexualizing her. She is choosing to keep that name, but other than that name, she's very wholesome. She never talks about sex. She seems just kind of like a sweet Southern girl next door. That's what she comes off as. And nobody's trying to make her anything else besides that. No one's trying to ask her crude sexual questions. Notice that. They asked would she date poker players, but that's a fine question. Nothing wrong with that. But they didn't get any more graphic than that. So, okay, like what's the problem? Is Jennifer saying she shouldn't have been invited to the Celebrity Poker Tour because it's sexist to invite her? Well, that just hurts her. She wanted to be on there. She wants to be on anything that'll have her. So if you are denying her being on these things, then you're doing things against her. I'm not saying that she should be everywhere because she did this, but that's just the way the society's working, you know? Like, if you get famous for something, then a lot of different things want to feature you on there to get views. So, okay, she's leaning into that. So, it should be up to her the way she wants to be referred to. It should be up to her whether she wants to appear on things that are having her on because she was famous for that video. It shouldn't be up to people like Jennifer Newell to say, oh, no, you can't have her on there because she's famous for talking about blowjobs. No, it should be up to her if she wants to appear, and up to the venue, in this case, Poker Go, whether they want to have her. And that's it. It shouldn't be up to Jennifer Newell to say whether she should or shouldn't appear there. It shouldn't be up to me to say if she should or shouldn't appear there. There's no sexism involved here. In fact, you could say the sexism is on Jennifer Newell's end for trying to tell other women what they should and shouldn't do. That was dumb, and just about nobody agreed with her. I wouldn't even call it a controversy, because nobody agreed with her. But it's just creating victims where they don't exist. So Hailey Welch, the Hawk Tuah girl, is not a victim in any way. She's very happy to have what she has as a result of that video. I'm sure if you asked her if you could go back in time and not have made that video, would you? And I'm sure she'd say no. I'm sure she's happy she did that. I'm sure she's happy that she got this viral fame, because if she wasn't, she would be hiding. And even if she was ashamed of the whole thing, then she wouldn't call herself the Hawk Tuah girl. Then she'd just go by Hailey Welch and never use that name and just hope they keep having her. But she seems to be fine with it. So it's dumb. So that's the only controversy that came from it. Other than that, there wasn't any controversy because they treated her respectfully and she acted respectfully. So great. By the way, I tried a Hail Mary to get her on Poker Fraud Alert. Not Jennifer Newell, but the Hawk Tuah girl. I'd have her on here. I think it's an interesting story. She didn't respond to me, but I'm not surprised. You know, I'm not big time enough to get the Hawk Tuah girl at this point, which is kind of sad. By the way, I did this for you guys. I'm not that personally interested in the Hawk Tuah girl, but I think the audience would enjoy it. Moving on, I want to talk about a sign that has appeared at Harrah's Resort, Southern California, also known as Harrah's Rincon. I'm sure that when you have been in hotel rooms, you've had at least a thought about what can I take and what can't I take. Now, there's some pretty obvious things that unless you're just a kleptomaniac, that you're not going to take out of the room. So you're not going to take the TV, you're not going to take the lamp, you're not going to take the soap dish. Stuff like that, you're going to leave in the room unless you're just a thief. But there's been other things you probably wonder if you could or should take, like the tissue box or all the different toiletries they leave there, even ones you're not going to use on the trip. Or like a pillowcase. Like, for example, let's say you brought your own pillow and then you spill something on your pillowcase. So you can't use that pillowcase, and you obviously didn't bring a second pillowcase for yourself. So you replace the pillowcase with one of theirs, and then at the end, do you take off the pillowcase and leave it for them, or do you just take it home? Or what about one of the towels? Let's say you need a towel when you're going to be driving home for whatever reason. Do you just take one of their towels? Or do you take one of their towels off property to like a different property's pool and then maybe not bring it back? Like these are questions that are a little tougher to answer whether you should or shouldn't. And I'm not talking about from like a high-minded moral standpoint, just like what the average person thinks, who's not just a thief, but where it's kind of convenient to take something that maybe some people would say you shouldn't take. It's obviously okay to take things that are consumables, like the tissue box, but I'm talking about non-consumables. Anyway, some things I have to imagine rarely vanish from hotel rooms because they're just not things people would typically steal. And other things may vanish occasionally, but I can't imagine are a big problem. Up until now, hotels have just kind of dealt with it. Where unless something really egregious disappears, like the TV's missing or a lamp is missing, if it's something a lot smaller than that technically isn't supposed to be taken, they're not going to do anything about it. Like, for example, if the iron disappears, or if some of the hangers disappear from the closet, or if the ice bucket disappears, if some of the towels disappear. Like, even if they know it's happened, they just kind of replace it and that's that. They don't even bother to charge people or contact them. That's typically been the way hotels have operated since hotels have existed. Well, Harrah's Rincon, a.k.a. Harrah's Resort Southern California, has decided they've had enough. And they're going to inform every single one of their guests as to what they're going to be charged if they steal anything. But they're not even being direct about it. They're not saying, here are the penalties that we're going to charge your credit card if you steal any of these items, or even if they just say, if you take these items home with you. Instead, they're actually encouraging you to take these at exorbitant prices. So here's a list, and I'm reading this from their actual sign that's in the room. I have a picture of it. This is what it says. The top, in big pink letters, says, "Take the fun with you." The reason there's laughter is you're going to hear in a second what the fun is. Then it says, amenity price list. Now, what do they mean by amenities? Well, you're going to hear. Ice bucket, $100. Right off the bat there, it's a C note for swiping the ice bucket. It's got to be one nice ice bucket, I'm telling you. Amenity tray, and what I think they mean by that is the tray that they put the toiletries on, like the soaps and the shampoos, that little tray. That is $80. The hairdryer, the second most expensive item, or I guess tied for third most, is $120. Well, what if your home is short a soap dish and you just want to take it from Harrah's Rincon? Well, that'll set you back $40. And what if you have tissues in your house, so you don't need their tissues, but what if you say, you know what, I'm tired of just a cardboard box of Kleenex sitting on my nightstand. I want to have one of those cool metal boxes that goes over it. Well, if you want what they call a tissue box cover, it's going to cost you $100. Yeah. What about a hanger? Now, there's different reasons you may want to take a hanger. If you get someone pregnant while you are at Harrah's Rincon and want to do a do-it-yourself abortion, then I guess there's a reason to take one. Come on, don't laugh at that. That's not funny. That's not funny. Or if you just don't have enough hangers at home. It's $10 per hanger. That's the biggest bargain here. $10 per hanger. The ironing board. Now, that's going to be a tough one to take. How do you take the ironing board? That's a big thing. How do you stroll out with the ironing board and not get caught? But if you do, they're going to charge you $150. The iron, and this is a bad deal, $120 for the iron. Wow. It must be a good iron. What I've seen at hotels, the iron always sucks. The iron is old, it's beat up, it is rusted, and it gets rust on my clothes if I try to put any water in it. It's a bad scene with that iron in the hotels usually. So $120, no thanks. What about the towels? Can you get away with taking the towels? Of course not. A bath towel, the towels you use for the shower, that's $50 each. That's the worst one because towels are not accounted for very well at hotels. The rest of the stuff, at least you can say it's clear whether it was taken or not. Like the ice bucket missing. I don't believe any time that it's been suspected that I took the ice bucket home because I didn't. Or the amenity tray, or the hair dryer. Like, if that stuff's missing, it probably just got stolen. But with bath towels, you get a few of them, and then you can ask for more. So how do they know what you've taken? What if you take a bath towel down to the pool, which they do have a pool, and you don't bring it back up? You're going to be out $50? Well, that's what they're claiming, $50 per bath towel. A hand towel, this is a pretty bad deal. One of those small towels that you use for your hands, after you wash your hands and want to dry them, that'll be $30. And arguably worse, the washcloth is $20. Yeah. That's tiny. The washcloth is this tiny towel they give you that's even smaller than the hand towel. In fact, I don't even want the washcloths because they're just too small. I think anything a washcloth can do, a hand towel can do better. Then we're going to go up to a little more money. A pillow, if that disappears, is $50. And that's another problem because pillows you can throw to the side, and you never know how many are supposed to be in the room. Every room is different, so you don't even know if you're starting with the right number of pillows, just like the towels. What if the maid doesn't put enough in there? So if they suspect you took a pillow, it's $50. And finally, tied for the most expensive item with the ironing board, the comforter will set you back $150. So again, these are penalties, but they're promoted as take the fun with you. How is this fun? What are they talking about? It could say take the hotel with you, take the items with you, take the room with you, take the fun with you? Now, what's fun about an ice bucket, an amenity tray, a hairdryer, a soap dish, a tissue box cover, a hanger? Have you had fun with any of these items ever? I haven't. An ironing board? I guess you can have sex on the ironing board if you're really light. The iron itself, I guess that might be able to be used for like some BDSM thing or something. I don't know. A bath towel, a hand towel, a washcloth, a pillow? Okay, maybe you can have fun with a pillow. Comforter? Comforter's never fun. What are they talking about? This is embarrassing. Harrah's Rincon, a.k.a. Harrah's Resort, Southern California, is owned by the Rincon Indian tribe. So I have to imagine this is the tribe's idea. Tribal casinos are notoriously penny pinching, and they get very upset when they think they're being taken advantage of in any way. So this is the newest thing. They're telling you to take the fun with you, and then charging you an arm and a leg for taking that fun. I wonder if a single person has read this and thought, okay, I'm going to take the fun with me. Like, has anyone seen this as an invitation to take this stuff and be charged this amount of money? Or does everybody understand this is a penalty? I have to think it's probably the latter. All right, well, I have nothing more to say about that. It's just ridiculous. That was just a little comic relief for you here towards the end of the show. Second to last topic for the evening. It's a weird story. A Texas man is accused of committing murder, which sprung from someone at a home poker game being accused of cheating. It's really weird. This is reported on Poker News on September 12th. An article by John Sofin, one of the frequent writers there. Apparently on September 8th, there was a home poker game that was at first erroneously listed as a home craps game, but I guess it was a poker game. And a 911 caller told the police that there was a shooting there where somebody was killed. So 26-year-old Martin Tovar, who looks like kind of a fat, either white or Hispanic or maybe half white, half Hispanic guy. Martin Tovar. I'd guess he's Hispanic, but he could be like half and half. I don't know. He looks kind of big, though, at least kind of heavy. He shot and killed 25-year-old Steve Gonzalez. And Gonzalez had been accused of cheating in Austin, Texas, at a home poker game. Now, you might think that Martin Tovar was so angry at Steve Gonzalez for allegedly cheating that he pulled out a gun and killed him. But no, that would be too simple. That would make this story much less weird. Nope, it was a situation where somebody else accused Gonzalez of cheating and started arguing. And then Gonzalez apparently started insulting the accuser and then started insulting the accuser's family. I don't know what that entailed. I don't know if he knew the guy personally or if he just said things like, fuck your mother. I don't know what he said, but something along those lines. And then he punched the man in the face who accused him. So Gonzalez did not take to being accused of cheating very well. First insulting the man's family who accused him, and then punching him in the face. So then, I don't know if this guy punched him back. By the way, this is not the shooter, Martin Tovar. He wasn't involved yet. So then Gonzalez and this guy who accused him of cheating started arguing further after being punched in the face. I don't know how this goes into an argument. Like, hey, you punched me in the face. Don't do that. Like, I'm surprised there didn't, like, a fight didn't just fully break out. And then other people got involved and started to get involved in that argument. That is when Martin Tovar sprung into action and actually was trying to do something good at first. He was trying to break up the fight. And then Gonzalez grabbed a chair and hit somebody else with that chair who was trying to break up the fight. Now Gonzalez not only has punched the guy who accused him in the face, but someone trying to break up the fight between him and the accuser got hit with a chair. Martin Tovar was trying to break up the fight and didn't get hit with a chair. But I'll tell you how he got involved and ended up shooting. So then Gonzalez left the house and said he's going to come back. Now, here it starts to get murky. Someone said that they saw Gonzalez go to his truck and get a gun and start walking back towards the house with his gun. So people were supposedly afraid that he went to go get a gun after all this and was going to shoot them. They were saying that he kept reaching towards his waistband area, but no one said they actually saw a gun for sure. Well, then 3 gunshots were heard, and it turned out it was not Gonzalez shooting. It was Martin Tovar. So Martin Tovar shot Steve Gonzalez 3 times in the chest, and he died. What's also weird was that the gun that shot Gonzalez that was used by Martin Tovar was apparently sold to Tovar by Steve Gonzalez. Isn't that weird? So Steve Gonzalez sells a gun illegally to Martin Tovar, who then later that day shoots him with it, and not over the gun sale. Martin Tovar told police that Gonzalez pointed a gun at the person who he had hit the chair, used the chair and hit. He came back and pointed a gun at that person. And then he attempted to reach for that gun, and somehow it fired 3 times and hit Gonzalez. So he was claiming he didn't have his own gun. that he tried to grab Gonzalez's gun, pointing at somebody else, and it ended up shooting Gonzalez 3 times in the chest. However, witnesses said that they never actually saw Gonzalez with a gun, and that after Gonzalez hit the ground from being shot, that Tovar left behind the gun at the scene, so that Tovar actually put the gun down and walked off. So it is believed that earlier that day he had been sold this gun by Steve Gonzalez. That's why he had it. And then maybe because he thought that Gonzalez was coming back with his own gun to shoot up the game, he preemptively shot him in the chest. That's what I'm guessing. So Tovar was arrested for first-degree murder and held without bail, which I'm surprised it's first-degree murder because that doesn't sound like first-degree murder here. It doesn't sound like this was premeditated. This sounds like this was... I'd call it either manslaughter or second-degree murder. It depends if you believe that he really thought he was about to be shot himself. There was no second gun found, so all these reports that Gonzalez was coming back and reaching into his waist and seemed to be carrying a gun, that seemed not to be true because they never found a second gun. And no one ever said for sure they saw a second gun. It seems like the only gun was the one that had been sold to Martin Tovar earlier in the day by Steve Gonzalez, which was later used to shoot Gonzalez himself. Very weird. So it's so strange because Gonzalez was accused of cheating by someone else. Martin Tovar tried to break up a physical fight between them. So did a second person. The second person got hit with a chair by Gonzalez. And somehow Tovar ends up the one killing Gonzalez and ends up arrested for first-degree murder. Really, really strange story. Really strange. When these type of things break out, you're better off just leaving. And I've been to some contentious home games before, too. Not where anyone's going to kill anybody, but I've seen people get unreasonably angry, and not even over cheating, just over bad beats and things like that, or someone's play style they don't like that is annoying them. And like I can see how people's tempers flare at these things. I never get like this, but I can see how people's tempers flare. But when you see physical fights breaking out and people threatening they're going to leave and come back later, that's when it's time to get out of there, because you never know what's going to happen. Some people just act crazy. But very weird. Like hearing this story, you would expect, without knowing the whole thing, that maybe the cheater got shot for the person who thought they were cheating, or that maybe the cheater who was got in a fight over this came back and shot people. Like you'd expect things like that. You wouldn't expect the guy trying to break up the fight, who didn't even get hurt while trying to break up the fight, ends up shooting the guy who's accused of cheating, and that guy had also sold him that same gun earlier in the day. Really strange. Getting to our last topic, I want to give you a tip that was posted by one of our members who's also been on this show before. I think it's a good tip, and it can get you diamond status if you don't want to play to earn diamond status. And it doesn't require anything special to qualify to get. So this was posted by PLOL, who's been a member of Poker Fraud Alert from the start, and he's been on this show a few times. He's very good at finding little value ways from companies, especially big companies. He's just very good at finding deals. And he found something I want to pass along to you guys. He posted on Poker Fraud Alert back in mid-September. I just want to let you guys know because I think some of you can use it. So something I like is where you can get status at casinos, especially big casino companies like Caesars or MGM, where you can get a good status with them without having to earn it through gambling and playing negative expectation games. At Caesars, it's important for me to have diamond because at the World Series, there's a lot of advantages to it that I've discussed before. You don't pay resort fees if you stay there. You get to skip lines. You get a special room to register for events. It's very important to have diamond if you're going to spend any time at the World Series. So the way that you can get diamond most easily is through the Wyndham Business Earner credit card, which has a $95 annual fee, and then you can status match it to diamond. You used to be able to status match a free credit card to diamond, but that's long gone. But you can still status match the Wyndham Business Earner card, and it's $95 a year, which is a tremendous deal to get Caesars Diamond. The only two downsides to this are, number one, you have to do this every year, and there's always a lag time before you get the diamond matched again. So you can go a few weeks without it. And number 2, you have to have a business TIN in order to get the Wyndham Business Earner Card. And a lot of people don't have that. So if you don't have it or have access to use of one, and if you don't pass their obnoxious security procedure at that credit card company, then you're not going to get that credit card and you won't get the Diamond that way. So that counts out a lot of people who want to get Diamond without having to play for it. So I've discussed the Founders Card before, and I'm not a fan of it. And in fact, I tried to get it at one point, like 2 years ago, when I got jerked around for 4 months where they weren't giving me an answer, and then finally they rejected me for no reason and wouldn't tell me the reason. So Founders is back to allowing you to match the card with Caesars Diamond. It's not a casino card. It's like a membership club that once you're part of it, Diamond is one of the benefits at Caesars. For a short time, they claimed the benefit was over, but then it came back. They must have renegotiated with Caesars and got it back. So it is back, the Founders Card Diamond benefit, but I'm not talking about the Founders Card here. Indirectly I am, but not directly. So I'm not saying to go get the Founders Card. I don't know if you've heard of Clear. Clear is an airline service. It's not owned by airlines, but it's something you use for airlines. So if you go to clearme.com, and they're not a sponsor or anything, so I'm not promoting them, but if you go to clearme.com, you can get an idea of what this is. It's something you use at the airport, and it allows you to quickly get to the gate without going through as much bullshit. So it says, Clear Plus is our annual membership that gives you expedited entry at 58 airports nationwide without waiting to show your ID at airport security. So basically, this is an expanded version of TSA PreCheck. TSA PreCheck is something that lets you go through less security procedures, and that's actually something that's done through TSA, so that's not a private company. So Clear is a private company, which allows you to get through airports a lot faster with the security procedures and the ID procedures, all that. And you also get 5 years of TSA PreCheck as part of your Clear Plus subscription, which once again costs $199 a year. Now, if you don't fly very often, then this probably isn't worth it for you. However, you can also use it to get Caesars Diamond in a roundabout way through basically a complimentary membership plus a sort of status match through it. And that's where the Founders Card comes in. So Clear now has as a benefit a year of Founders Card membership. So once you have the Founders Card, then you can get Diamond status at Caesars. So this is a much cheaper way to get the Founders Card, which, unless you're being offered a very cheap renewal, is never anywhere near $199. I think the base price is like $599 plus $100 sign-up fee. And here you can get it for $199 by basically buying Clear, which has its own use if you go to airports. And then you also will get the complimentary Founders Card. And then from there, you'll get the Diamond status. By the way, if you happen to have American Express Platinum, American Express Green, or the Hilton Aspire credit card, you will get complimentary Clear, which will then get you the Founders Card membership, which will then get you the free Diamond. The funny thing is I had American Express Platinum through this year, and I canceled it. So I can't do that anymore unless I want to go get it back. Now, I guess you can keep it a little bit lower by getting the American Express Green, because that's $150 a year. That's a lot cheaper than the American Express Platinum. And then you get the complimentary Clear, and then from there you get the complimentary Founders Card, and then from there you get the complimentary Diamond at Caesars. But maybe you don't want to bother with all that. Just for another $49, you may just want to go directly and get the Clear for $199. But either way, that's a great deal to get Caesars Diamond, and it'll pay for itself in less than 4 nights there, just in the resort fee alone. And this does not require anything special. You don't need a business TIN or anything like that. I don't even believe you have to be approved by Founders Card. I believe you get auto-approved this way. Because when you apply to Founders Card, they just decide if they want you as a member or not. And if you just have like a regular job, they're not going to want you. And they're basically looking for what they call entrepreneurs. Now, I was surprised they didn't take me, because not only do I have a different type of profession, being a professional gambler, but I also run this site, which I stated, and I run this show, and I kind of played all that up there. So I thought they'd be impressed by that and give me the membership, not for free or anything, but just saying that I thought they would give it to me. I'm not just saying, hey, I work at a bank, or hey, I work for a software company. Like, I'm giving them kind of what they're looking for in the people they want to have in their club. And they didn't say yes or no. They just jerked me around for 4 months, wouldn't give me an answer. I kept checking. They gave me no answer, no timetable. Finally, they gave me a rejection and wouldn't give me a reason. Then they gave me an email to write an appeal. Nothing. They gave me an email to ask why I was rejected. Nothing. So screw them. But I believe you don't have to go through all that bullshit. If you get clear, I think you automatically get the complimentary founder's card, and then you get the diamond status. I do think that you have to get the diamond status through some kind of form on founder's card. I've never done it before, but I don't think it just automatically gives you the card. I think you have to do something, but it's pretty simple. And if you need help, I'm sure you can ask on the forum, and PLOL can help you, or I can even ask them for you if you want. So I would really suggest this. This is easy. It's not going to require a lot of effort to set up. I think once it's set up, it's even easier for future years, provided they're still doing it. It's far cheaper than any other way to get Diamond, except for that Wyndham card, which you need a business tin. And again, if you have American Express Platinum, American Express Green, or Hilton Aspire, then you can get clear for free, and then you can get Diamond for free. So that's even better. So thank you to PLOL for letting us know about that. Very nice. Well, that is it for our topics this evening. Wasn't a short show. Wasn't super long, but, a lot better than the hour show I've done recently. I will look into the whole bot thing, that bot corporation, for the next show we do, whenever that is. And I'll have that for you. I did pretty well here. I did better than last time regarding the coughing by a wide margin. So maybe I'm getting better. I didn't think I was improving, but I think this show kind of showed I really am. Hold on a second. We can't end right now. We've got a familiar voice. Just as we're about to shut down, Tradershky, hello.
What's happening, Druff?
Oh, I'm glad to hear you after all this time. We haven't had you on in a while.
I know. I miss you, and missed the show. I got up, and then I was listening, and then you said last topic. I'm like, let me call in and say what's up, bro.
Yeah, we wanted to hear from you. So I'm glad you're here. Couldn't be here for the topics themselves, but we do have at least a Tradershky appearance. So for those of you who think maybe me and Tradershky had a falling out and he's just not coming on again, you see otherwise. No one said that, but I'm just anyone thinking it. It's not true.
Right. Well, I know with the odd hours you've been doing the show, it's never aligned. But I was trying to stay up last night. What time did you start?
We ended up starting around like 10:30 because I had some issue with the radio server I had to fix with a security certificate that I noticed at the last minute, but it's working. It's okay. And I did a lot better on this show. I was just saying before you called in, I did a lot better this time regarding the coughing. So even though I kind of perceived it wasn't getting better, I think it actually is improving. Because I'm telling you, last time was a struggle. That's why I didn't come on for 3 weeks, because last time I was struggling. I kept muting and coughing, and I had to edit it out. And I was like, oh, my God, how am I going to do the show again? But I really didn't cough that much. I only coughed a few times here, which I muted. And I've done the show now for 5 hours minus the breaks. So pretty good. So I think we can go back to the normal with more frequent shows and the longer shows and all that. So this is a good result.
I'm looking forward to listening.
And I don't know if you heard that last part. Do you have Caesar's Diamond?
No, I don't. And remember I sent you the thing where they offered me the founder's card on LinkedIn or something.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, but you can use the business tin. So you have a business tin. You can even use that and get the Wyndham card.
Right. Okay, yeah.
That's what I'd suggest for you. For $95. Like, it's a bit of a pain for some people to get approved for the Wyndham card. Like, they put me through hell. Like, Benjamin heard me on the phone with them, and he was laughing at how dumb it was. But some other people just got instantly approved by the website where they didn't have to talk to anybody. So it depends. But I have a feeling, you'll get it for sure. It's just a matter of what they'll put you through. But once you go through it once, you don't have to go through it again. And then it's $95 a year. And you can't do better than that. So anybody who's got a business tin, you should get the Wyndham Business Earner credit card. Because then you get the Caesars Diamond, and I know you don't go to Caesars Properties as often as I do, and you don't spend the type of time at the World Series like I do, but it's still nice to have if you go to Vegas at all.
Totally.
And I can't stress enough that at the World Series of Poker, which you didn't make any World Series events at 24, right?
No, I did not.
Yeah, we missed it at the seniors event there. Though I wish I missed the seniors event. I blew $3,000 in that thing. It didn't cash, but I will say that the experience of having the diamond card at the World Series of Poker versus not having it is a tremendous difference. It's a tremendous difference in a lot of ways. So I tell anyone, if you're going to come in for one event, whatever, but if you're spending like any decent amount of time there, you're going to want that diamond card. Doesn't have to be Diamond Plus, but Diamond minimum, you're going to really want. It'll really improve your experience.
All right, I'm going to look into that for sure.
Yeah, and if you need any help with it, you can ask me. In fact, anybody, not just tradershky, but anybody who needs help, if you want to apply for the Wyndham card, I'll direct you where to do it and how to do it. And this whole clear thing I described, if you're confused by that, let me know, and I'll help you. I want to see you guys get Diamond and not give Caesars their resort fee, and also have a better experience at the World Series, not stand in the 4-hour lines. There's a lot of great things about having Diamond at the World Series. So I want to help you people have that status. Make me feel good. I feel weird if I'm there without Diamond. Like there are like 2 weeks a year I don't have Diamond, and I happen to. It's always a race because it just seems like I have to come during those weeks too. It's a bad time for when it happens. So then I try to rush them to finish with a status matching. What was so weird was the beginning of 2024. I did need it, and I had like 9 days after the status match would start before I had to go. And I was like, oh, they're never going to get this done in time. And I called up and tried to get them to do it. And I got this rep who gave me this lecture. He sat there lecturing me that I can't expect this, that I have to wait in line with everybody else, that they can't expedite it. Like, he just gave me this whole lecture basically saying, you're no one special, who the fuck are you asking for this? That's not what he said, but that was what he was implying. And so I kind of just sat there and took it. I took the abuse. I just said, okay, well, does that mean you're not going to expedite it? He says, well, I'm going to send it in, but I'm just telling you, I'm being realistic here. We don't do this. It'll probably take a few weeks, but I'm just telling you realistically. And then again, he justified why they're not going to do it. So I hung up feeling like really down, like this is not going to happen. And then the next day, I freaking had it. The next day, after he tells me this whole thing about why I won't get it fast and why I'm nobody special and that it's probably going to take 3 weeks. It takes 1 day. I couldn't believe it when I logged onto Caesars the next day it says Diamond. So that was nice to see.
That's funny.
So
did you play the notebook I sent you at the beginning of the show?
No. You know what? But I should play it. You know what? I am going to play it. But I've got to send it to myself now. Let me save this.
Next time.
No, I'm going to play it now. Now that you said this to me, now I have to play it.
So what happened, Druff? You're still down with long COVID?
Yeah, I still have long COVID.
Unreal.
Yeah, sucks. I think it's COVID taunting me because I was saying on Twitter that long COVID's not as common from the modern COVID. So then, of course, I have to get it. Yeah.
You jinxed yourself.
I did jinx myself, and at least it's only the cough version of it. So I'm not fatigued. I'm not sick every day. It's just this cough, but it sucks. But it's definitely that. It's definitely long COVID from it's a cough long COVID is what it is. 100%. Because I didn't have it before COVID. I'm going to play you something about me that involves two people discussing me in my story. And I had no idea. I'd never heard this before until tradershky sent it to me. So this was nothing that I commissioned or that I asked for or anything like that. Here we go. The first time I ever heard it was when he sent it to me, and I'll play it to you now.
Ever wonder how a software engineer becomes, like, a poker champion? And not just any champion, one who busts cheaters.
Get ready to deep dive into the world of Todd Dandruff Whittles.
So for anyone new to our deep dives, we take a look at some real interesting people. And this time, we've got two sources on Todd Whittles, this poker pro who's also a software engineer.
Right. An interesting combination.
Yeah, we'll get into all that, like how he uses his tech skills to fight fraud in the poker world.
But first, let's talk about this guy, Todd Dandruff Whittles, right?
So he graduates with a computer science degree from either UC Berkeley or UC Santa Barbara. Our sources are a little fuzzy on that one.
Yeah, happens sometimes.
Anyway, you'd think with that kind of background, he'd be, starting a tech company or something in Silicon Valley.
Sure.
But no, this guy decides to go pro in poker.
And not just dabble, he dives in head first.
Exactly. And get this, back in 2005, he wins a World Series of poker bracelet.
Nah, that's a big deal.
Huge. Like, for people who don't follow poker, that's the Super Bowl.
More than just a win, it's a testament to his skills.
Totally. And on top of that, he's racked up over $1.5 million in tournament winnings.
Those are some serious skills at the table.
You think all that coding somehow gave him an edge?
Absolutely. This isn't just luck, it's strategy. Whittles, he approaches poker like a mathematician, like a programmer.
So instead of those like tells you see in the movies, he's running algorithms in his head.
Pretty much. He's all about probability, game theory, that kind of stuff. And it clearly works.
Okay, but here's where it gets really interesting.
Okay, before we continue here, I'm going to correct a few things. First of all, my last name's not Whittles. They can't get this right. They keep saying Whittles. Okay, that's the first problem. Second thing is I did not go to UC Berkeley. So they got it half right, but I did not go to UC Berkeley. But they admitted the sources were not very accurate. But I don't know where they got that. There's never been anything about me going to UC Berkeley. I don't know where they picked that up. But then the last thing is, I wish I could say, like if I heard this after the main event, that I had $1.5 million in cashes, I would have been very happy because that would have meant I cashed like $500,000 at the WSOP main event, and I would have been pretty happy with that result. But no, I do not have that type of result. I only have about $1 million, a little over $1 million. Not at 1.5 yet, though. Maybe it's foreshadowing. Maybe this means I'm going to pick up another $500K at the upcoming World Series in 2025. Let's go on.
This guy doesn't just play poker. He's on a mission to clean up the game.
Exactly. He starts this thing called Poker Fraud Alert, website and a podcast, all about exposing cheating, especially in online poker.
Which, let's be real, was kind of the Wild West back then.
It was. High stakes, anonymity, the perfect recipe for, well, not so kosher behavior.
And that leads us to, what was it, the ultimate bet scandal.
The ultimate bet scandal, yeah, a major turning point. Millions of dollars stolen from players through cheating software.
Wait, cheating software? Like, how does that even work?
They were using these programs to see their opponent's cards, giving them an unfair advantage. It rocked the poker world.
And Whittles, he's the one who blew the lid off this whole thing.
He did. He starts noticing these crazy winning streaks, statistically improbable. So he digs deeper, right? Starts analyzing hand histories, and using his programming skills, he actually reverse engineers the cheating software.
So it's like he hacked the hackers.
Exactly. And he exposed them, brought the whole thing crashing down. He's got this analytical mind, right? Always looking for patterns, inconsistencies. That's his poker strategy. And it's how he caught the cheaters.
Wow. So not your average poker player at all.
Not even close. This combination, tech brain and poker face, it's what makes him so fascinating.
So what have we learned about Todd Dandruff Whittles? He's a top-tier poker player, for sure. But more than that, he's an advocate for fair play.
He could easily just focus on winning, but he's using his skills, his platform, to make the poker world a better place.
He's like a digital detective for poker justice. Which begs the question, right? In this digital age where everything's online, how do we ensure fairness? Not just in poker, but in any game, any competition.
It's a question we all need to consider. Because as technology evolves, so do the ways people try to cheat the system.
It makes you think.
It does.
It really does.
So that's it. 3.5 minutes long. And I've decided that we're not going to reveal what that was from. I want you guys to think about it and text me if you can either find it anywhere or if you can figure out where this was from. So Tradersky gave a little hint earlier. We won't have him expand on it yet. And you can see if you can figure out what this was. I mean, they were very flattering to me there, I'll say that. They even exaggerated my total cashes, and I think that woman especially. That woman really seemed like she was impressed with me. But the dude, too, I mean, he was very nice about me as well. I mean, they had nothing but good things to say. I think they gave me too much credit, to be honest, not just in my winnings, but they were very, very impressed by me, apparently. But I'll let you guys figure out what this was from. See if you can text me. Again, this is nothing that I did. This is something that Tradershky sent to me. So in case you think that I paid some people to do this or it's some kind of service that did it for me. No, it wasn't like that. I think it was sent to me by Tradershky, and he said, "Hey, have you heard this?" And very interesting to say the least. Thank you, Tradershky, for reminding me about that, because I was going to forget to play it. When I heard it, I was like, oh, I'm going to play it on the show, and then I forgot about it, but I'm glad you reminded me, because I wanted people to hear it. So thank you for bringing that to my attention, and we'll see if you guys get it correct. 775-372-8355. You can text me, and you can see if you can figure this out. And when I say text me, I mean just whenever you listen. So it doesn't have to be listened live. You just whenever you hear this, and you want to have a guess as to who these two people were and what this little clip was that you just heard, then let me know. Anything further, Tradershky?
I think the girl might have had a little crush on you, Druff.
I think she did, actually. That was not only that, she has a good voice. I learned from being on party lines in the 80s that doesn't mean much. Like, the voice does not always represent what they look like. And in fact, even I have to say that about myself, because I sound very, very similar to what I sounded like when I was 17. And obviously I look very different now than when I was 17. So when I was 17, I sounded old for my age. And now I sound younger than my age. And obviously I look very different than 35 years ago when I was 17. So even I must say this affects me as well. But yeah, that girl sounded very into me, I'll say that, even though... never met her before.
Yeah, and she did, and I sent in twice to see if they'd change, get rid of Berkeley. First they had just Berkeley, but then I just said, that's it.
Oh boy, I don't know where they got Berkeley. That's such a weird thing. I've never said anywhere I've gone to Berkeley. I've never even pretended I went to Berkeley. Nothing. I've said nothing to imply. I never even said anything that would sort of imply. Like, I didn't say just University of California, which sometimes just that by itself is referring to Berkeley. I think what probably happened is they misread something like University of California, Santa Barbara, and just left out the Santa Barbara and thought that meant Berkeley. And I don't know what the hell they were doing there, but no Berkeley. But I will tell you something. I did get into Berkeley. I did get in there. I just didn't go. So I guess they were not completely off. I actually never got rejected from a college, at least for undergrad. For graduate school, I did get rejected. But for undergrad, I did not get rejected to any school I applied to. Now, I was realistic. I didn't apply to things that I thought would reject me. I kind of took the same approach to that as I did with dating girls, right? I just didn't ask anyone out that I thought would say no. It's kind of the same thing with colleges. So even Berkeley said yes. Anyway, that's it. That's it for the evening. I'm glad Tradershky showed up just to make an appearance and also to remind me to play that little clip. And I will come back and do a show sooner than last time. I know I keep saying that, but I'm going to do it. And in fact, what's bothered me, I'll tell you what's bothered me, is I've read like two different things recently where people are talking about like who's an advocate for the game, and like nobody's saying me anymore. And they used to, like recently. And now they're not, because I just haven't done the show enough, and people are forgetting about me. It's like I don't exist. I feel like I'm fading away.
Well, maybe I'll expand on the show, because since I sent that, I've been doing a lot of work in that area.
Well, hold on, Tradershky, it's hard to hear you. It sounds like you're in a tin can.
Okay, how about now?
It's a little bit better.
So I just said that since I sent that, I've been doing a lot of work with that. So I'll see if I can approve it, so that way we can get your credibility back. And then if anybody does want something like that created, they could hit me up, because I started to go deep.
I see.
Anyway.
Well, see, Tradershky has a relationship with these people. That's what he's trying to tell you here. And they've just been a little. I don't want to say anything critical, because they were so nice about me. I'm so afraid to like say anything critical at all. But I'll say they've slacked a little bit on some of the details at times, and the Tradershky has to ride herd on them and get them to change some things. So this wasn't a live broadcast, by the way, in case you're wondering. So it was something they could redo. So that's why he was talking about how he got them to redo the Berkeley thing, and they still messed it up and said it was either UC Berkeley or UCSB, and then they still couldn't get my name right. But they're getting there. They just
they got the brand new studio. They got a lot of business coming in, so I think they're just probably a little overloaded, I'd imagine.
Yeah. You can get a hold of Tradershky if you'd like one of these done about you. Maybe you can swing it and be prepared for a few inaccuracies, but that's the way it goes. So anyway, thank you, Tradershky. Appreciate that. Appreciate that you're back on the show. It's if I just did the show on a different night, we could have had Calwatt because he wants to come on, and then it's like the one night he went to bed early. He's been staying up late recently, and then he just went to bed early. It was one night. So, or at least that's what he told me. Maybe he just used an excuse and didn't want to come on. You never know. Anyway, guys, thank you for listening. I'm glad I was able to do a full-length show this time. Try to get this in the archives as soon as I can. And glad to be back. In fact, as I've been doing the show tonight, I'm like, I missed this. It feels good. It feels good to sit here and do the show. It feels good to talk to you guys. It really does. It really made me feel good. It was bothering me every day that I haven't been on, and the whole cough thing's kind of depressing, and it's nice to be back. So thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank you for sticking around, for those of you that didn't disappear because I hadn't done a show in a while, and try to do this more and see if I can finally get one of these shows up on YouTube without them trying to hit me with a copyright thing. What I have to keep doing, if you ever hear anything weird in the show, like just like something that's missing or something that sounds like there was once music and the music's gone, that happens because YouTube will complain automatically about certain things. Like the bot will complain, like such and such is copyrighted, and then my options are either to leave it demonetized, that particular show, or to remove the thing it doesn't like. So usually I'll opt to remove or modify the thing it doesn't like, but then I have to do it their way. I can't just re-upload it. I have to just do it their way and have them modify it. So it's very dumb. But yeah, what can I do? YouTube is YouTube. That's the way it goes. But fortunately, I'll tell you one thing that is not triggering this, and that's the end song I always play. As long as I play this version of it. I can't play the jazzy version, but I can play this version. For some reason, it doesn't bitch about that, so that's good. So, okay. Thank you, Tradershky, for coming on, and I will talk to you later. Hopefully get you on next time, too.
Cool. All right, Druff. Bye.
All right, good morning, good night, whatever you like to call it. Wow, it's an abrupt hang-up. He just hangs up on me. So this somehow is not triggering their copyright on YouTube. The other version, as I was mentioning, the one that was at the end of Archie Bunker's place, that one I can't play anymore, or YouTube complains. I even played a different version of it, which was live, and for some reason that one's a problem too. This is the only one that's not a problem, which is good because this is my favorite one. But yeah, I guess this is the only one that works. So it sounds really ridiculous in the last show where I finished off with something that was talking about like what's in the background, and this YouTube has this new feature where it can remove the sound of the song, but not what you're saying over the song. So if that sounded weird at the end, that's why. Only on YouTube. The other platforms where you can listen, I didn't have to change anything. But I let YouTube bully me this way because they're paying me. Not very much, but they're paying me. So I'm a slave to their monetization. And I keep thinking like I want to play something and go, no, YouTube's going to complain about it. Like really, this is starting to affect me. It's kind of sad. Like if it was that important, I'd play it and just let them demonetize the video, but I think, well, okay, is it that important to play like this 5-second clip that they're going to bitch about, and then I don't do it? That's the way YouTube takes control of you, just one clip at a time. 5 seconds at a time, YouTube dominates me. And soon I will be their slave. Soon I will be doing the bidding of YouTube. Only saying what YouTube wants me to say. YouTube will have full control of me, and I won't even know it. They're just easing me into it. I see it happening, and I don't stop it. So I apologize in advance if this occurs. All right, I'll try to be back sometime soon. It'll be in October something. I'll try to do it in a week or so. That's all. Shalom, everybody.